Hi everyone, welcome to my top 10 Steam hacks for developers talk at EGX 2020. Today I'm going to be talking about some of the exploitable quirks of Steam. I've just called them hacks for sort of pure hyperbole to get you interested in this talk. But I call them hacks because I feel like they're things that most developers aren't really aware of, but would help them massively. And I also call them hacks because I think they are things that can be done relatively cheaply and quickly without too much hassle. I think they're things that are accessible for a lot of developers as well. So yes, hence the title of the talk. And the alternate title as well, which is simply how we got to 200,000 wishlists on Steam. So yeah, I'm Nick from Firefly Studios, as you can tell from the slide. We've managed to get 200,000 wishlists for our upcoming strategy game, Stronghold Warlords. Yep, strategy games, they exist. Real-time strategy games are more popular than they've ever been in 2020, I think, especially with the recent spates of announcements at Gamescom. I think it's a really interesting niche market for us, and it's one that we're kind of capitalizing on Steam, which is a place where you can get interest in your relatively niche title, which I think RTS games kind of fall under that banner. This isn't going to be the usual marketing talk on best practices, so there are amazing talks out there, just articles by people like Hannah Flynn anything by Mike Rose, the blogs by Lewis Denby are really good. They will all teach you how to optimize your store page as best as possible, and I'll go over that a little bit later, but the main focus of this talk is going to be purely on sort of the tools on Steam that you can use to generally do the things that they're talking about anyway. And the way we're going to do that is by going through wish lists. So unless you're living under a rock in terms of game development for the last few years, Steam wish lists are basically aspects of the Steam platform. So you can basically use them to generate pre-release interest in your game. So someone on Steam can go to your Steam page if they're logged in, they can click follow, they can then wishlist the game as well. Wishlists unfortunately are not publicly viewable. You can sort of Google Steam wishlist chart and that will give you a ranking of all the top wishlisted games, obviously with Cyberpunk at the top, but I think we're in the top 40 or so now at Strong Awards, that's nice. But yeah, that will give you an idea of the ranking, and then if you can look at people's follow accounts on their store pages, you can usually work out what the wish lists are from them. And there's a lot of discussion that goes into how much your wish list is worth, and we'll go over that later. But generally speaking, at the moment, it's kind of accepted as a good guesstimate that each wish list will represent 0.2 sales in your first week on sale. So, get to my first slide, which is simply titled Who Am I and Why Should You Care? My name's Nick, I work as Marketing Director at Firefly Studios. I essentially handle pretty much all aspects of marketing in the studio that don't come under video production or community management. So yeah, I'm handling PR, all our launch marketing, distribution, strategy, pricing, biz dev, sales. Yeah, we're an indie studio, so we wear a lot of hats. We're about 30 people in total, sort of spread across the globe. Now obviously working remotely as a result of the pandemic. I've worked mainly on the Stronghold castle sim games. So if you're not familiar with what those are, Stronghold is essentially a sort of combination of the real-time strategy genre, so your Age of Empires and your Commands and Conquers, mixed with more sort of simulation-focused games. So sort of city skylines and those kind of games would be the modern examples, but I'm going to hark back into the sort of origins of the studio. So our co-founders both worked at Impressions Games. They worked on titles like Caesar, Lords of the Realm, and I think Impressions went on to do Pharaoh, which was recently announced as a remake at Gamescom. So Stronghold is essentially a sort of a marrying of those two genres. So it can get quite complicated, and I think that makes it more of a niche title, which in some ways makes it easier to market, and in other ways makes it harder to market. But yeah, it's essentially kind of a marrying of those two genres. I've spent 10 years in games. I've worked mainly on PC, so I've launched 10 titles on Steam in that time. But also some stuff on mobile as well. So we've launched a cross-platform mobile game called Strong Kingdoms, which is essentially kind of using our IP and our older graphics and a lot of the stuff that we had kicking around and turning it into an MMO multiplayer game. And that's available on PC and mobile. So I've done that. Was a pretty big launch on iOS and Android a few years ago now. But the majority of my experience is in PC. So what I was kind of alluding to there, we have two sides to the company at Firefly. The one side which we're going to be talking about today is the paid Steam side. So the Stronghold series as a whole has sold 7 million units. This is across remasters, sequels, and it doesn't count the MMO SKU that I was talking about a second ago. So we've got plenty of experience on that side of things. We've also been selling games on Steam since, it's going to make me feel like an older gentleman. We've been doing it on Steam independently since 2012. Strong Kingdoms was the first game we released on Steam, but we've obviously been working through publishers with Steam before that as well. So we've kind of seen how Steam has changed over the years. And the other side to our game, so our studio is Strong Kingdoms, which is the free-to-play side. Yeah, it's our most successful game ever. Partially thanks to COVID, we've had another boost in play numbers, of course, this year, and we are currently sitting at 200,000 monthly active users. 10 years after the game came out, which is insane when you think about it. We have players from over 100 different countries, even the Vatican. We've got a few players from the Vatican City, and yeah, it's just a massive project that, for for an indie studio, it can be overwhelming at times, but it's easily been like sort of commercially our most successful project. So today I'm going to be talking about the premium side. I'm not going to be talking about free to play. There are some good GDC talks on how to do sustainable growth for free to play mobile games, but that's a topic for another time and something that isn't I wouldn't say it's my sort of core speciality, but it's something that we have experience with. But today's going to be about how to market and sell games on Steam in 2020. So this is just to give you an overview really of how our business works and how Firefly works as a whole. So the first step is to essentially sell, advertise, or give our games away for free. So whether this is through Steam sales, whether this is through organic sales that aren't discounted at all on Steam, which are the best kind obviously, whether this is through bundles at the right times in the product's life cycle. With a big release we usually wait a couple of years before doing any bundling, and then only do it with sort of select partners. That's a great way to get it into players' hands. And we also use Facebook and Reddit pretty much every week at this stage, at this sort of point in the marketing cycle for Stronghold Warlords. So we try and get it into as many players' hands as possible, as quickly as possible. The second stage is to earn the right to talk to them. So this used to be, it's kind of changed over the years, but this used to be sort of through a lot of our social media pages. We kind of put a lot of stock on those as our main means for contacting people, and we still focus massively on YouTube. We still do Twitter. We still do all those kind of like older social media platforms that people still kind of use, and Facebook should be up there as well, probably as well. But we kind of mainly focus on YouTube and Twitter for a variety of reasons. But more recently, we've been investing in Discord as well. I still personally prefer MailChimp and sort of newsletters because just for a whole host of reasons. We have been investing more in Discord now because it's great for launch marketing, because you can get, you can build up genuine hype, which is this nebulous sort of, unaccountable factor that kind of sits in the marketing mix that is kind of hard to gauge sometimes. So we're using Discord more for that, but usually we'll kind of, if we have to default to one, it'll be MailChimp and it'll be our newsletter, depending on where we're sort of advertising it. So we allow people to see things like pop-ups in the game. So on the right there you've got a wishlist call to action. We have that in some of our titles and on a launcher for some of our games. They might be as part of a promotion as well. So we had the free-to-play Humble Bundle a number of years back, which I set up, and we basically just had a sort of call to action on the main page where people could enter their email and get sent some free stuff in Stronghold Kingdoms, and we had 100,000 people sign up through that, and they've been all really, really high quality. Very few have unsubscribed. They've just had been great at responding to our emails and just been interested in what we're talking about, which is kind of what we want. But the biggest icon there, of course, is Steam, and that's kind of what we're going to be talking about today. More pivoting towards using Steam as a platform and using the ways that Steam allows you to directly communicate with your players that it doesn't always necessarily do the best job in highlighting. And then finally, we've got sort of our third step, which is titled in my notes, let them spend as much or as little as they want. So in the case of a traditional game, it would just be buying the game. They might buy some DLC with that game. If they're a long-term fan, it might be a case of buying a remaster, which we usually give to people as a free upgrade. And then in other situations, we'll charge for it if there's meaningfully different content or new content. And it's been a while, or we don't have a previous Steam version or something like that. But we usually give the upgrade for free. And then finally, we've got in-app purchases, which obviously is a huge deal for our free-to-play games. So what is a Steam hack? This is a GIF from the movie Hackers. Love it. This talk is going to be about how Steam developers can use certain tools to reliably boost their wish lists. So I'm talking about things that pretty much anyone can use. I'm not saying we're going to exploit the Steam platform at all. You can't do that anyway. The closest you can come to that is exploiting things that Steam decide later on that they don't like. And while some of these do verge on exploits, because we're using sort of the back-end tools in Steam to their fullest, I'm recommending them because Steam is aware of their use and hasn't really done anything about it. So there are a few things later on that I'll touch on that kind of they cover issues that have come up on Steam and sort of things that people were using on Steam to exploit the platform and get wish lists. And Steam reacted to those either by changing something or not, is often the case. And then that thing either became useless or was deactivated. A good example would be Steam coupons. So Steam used to be able to allow developers and publishers on the platform to offer discounts essentially to owners of previous titles or through other kind of mechanisms. And they were great for developers. I think we ran one before they got taken away, and it was hugely successful for us. It was very, very simple. We had a new sequel coming out. We offered people that owned the previous game a discount. It was very, very easy. That went straight to their inbox. They used that coupon to get a discount on the new one, and it was just great. But Steam felt that it wasn't adding value to the platform because essentially all these coupons were just sitting in people's inventories, just taking up space. And for Valve, they were looking at that quite understandably and going, these things are just cluttering up people's inboxes. They're not using them. Let's just kind of get rid of them. So the things I'm talking about today hopefully won't happen to them. So we're not talking about growth hacking. I kind of dislike this term because it's often linked to vanity metrics that don't really mean anything. And whenever you have a large sort of short burst of quite intense growth, you should always be suspicious about the quality of that growth because just as a general rule. So we're not doing growth hacking. I kind of touched on it there, but what we want to stay mindful of as well is wishlist quality. So one of the more recent ways I've seen developers suggesting you can gauge wishlist quality is by looking at the number of followers you have on Steam compared to the number of wishlists you have, because that generally, if people want to hear everything about your game, and other metrics as well, like how many YouTube subscribers you have, all that kind of other good stuff. But the thing about followers is that those followers will also be of the same cohort that wishlisted it. So you can kind of tell of your wishlisters how many are actually excited enough to hear everything you're talking about. And the conversion rate for wishlists can go from absolutely stunning. So some developers have said they've had one sale or more for every wishlist in their first week. They can go down to what most people expect, which is more, as I was saying earlier, about 0.2. And then they can go to abysmally bad conversion rates of 0.05 or less. And this can be linked to a whole host of things. Did the demo give away too much game? Was the demo too light and didn't really suggest that there was much more to the full game? Were wish lists incentivized? Was the price too high? Maybe these people are just waiting for a discount. But again, that's another topic for another talk, another day. As I was kind of alluding to a second ago, you can absolutely hack wish lists by just incentivizing them or just through an over-reliance on traditional advertising. So if you just have a lot of advertising money and you spend all that money, there's no guarantee that people will 100%, it's not like they're just coming to you through sort of organic content marketing and social platforms, which is kind of the ideal. What you kind of want to earn for is you want to go for earned wish lists, so wish lists that people have made a considered decision to wishlist your game. It's not just like a bookmark for later. It's not because you begged them to, which we're guilty of as well. But as Valve will tell you, having a high wishlist number isn't the be-all end-all of whether they decide to promote it or not. And beyond impressing them, it's not really that useful. So number one is Steam Hack is getting a store feature. So these aren't nebulous things that come out of nowhere. They are things that you can affect. They are things that you can pitch for, and they're definitely things that can come around and can definitely essentially give you you can get them. They're out there to get. The first is a daily deal. You can earn that through getting high sales on Steam. You can get that. This is all post-launch, of course. You can get midweek madnesses. You can get seasonal sales, and of course free weekends as well. So yeah, these are all things that are super easy to get once you're successful. But it's worth pointing it out just because they're they're definitely things that you shouldn't discount just because you have to get sales to get them first. It's kind of a chicken and egg thing. You shouldn't sort of push them to the side at all. The next is physical events. So I know people say that events aren't worth any money, but that's BS. We spent €300 this year on Gamescom Digital. It gave us 2 times wish lists for a number of days. When we were doing physical events, even the cost of flying out to places and getting hotels was massively outweighed by just the boost you're going to get from a store feature. I think it's something that Steam have only really started to do in the last couple of years, like giving games that are at events a feature on the store. So I can understand in the past why people would be very skeptical about events, but if you can pretty much guarantee that you're going to get a store feature out of an event, you should probably do that event. Regardless of whether you have a massive booth or a tiny booth, if you're going to get real estate on Steam, you should probably do that. And this applies, like I was saying, to physical events and digital events, and it still does apply for us today, even in 2020 with everything going digital. If anything, it means that there is less overhead in terms of cost and logistics for the event itself, and it means that we just get the Steam feature and can do a lot of the stuff. It's not perfect. I do prefer physical events, but you can still get a lot of the stuff that you would have otherwise not had access to. And the last piece of advice is just to ask someone for a feature. Research and follow and email the people that you think would be interested in what you're doing. Usually the people working on the Steam store front end are the people doing the talks, are the people out there speaking to developers. So try and find out who they are, try and find out who would be most interested in what you're doing, and then just talk to them about your game, pitch in your game, and find your champion, essentially. So the next slide is just going to quickly go over, I would say the first half of our marketing cycle for Stronghold Warlords. This doesn't include our announcement, just because that absolutely dwarfs everything else that went on that year. It's a huge spike, and it just makes everything else look pathetic, so we haven't included that. Steam features, obviously the biggest win here, as I was talking about before. We knew that we were going to get a feature by going to those events, just on past experience, and we did that, and we got those boosts, and that should hopefully be worth it at launch. Yellow dots are press, so you can see that press sometimes matters, sometimes doesn't. It depends on the content, of course, at what point in the cycle, how much hype you've got behind you. Q&As work really well if there's built-up hype, if you are sort of answering a bunch of questions that have not been answered yet, for lack of a better explanation. Those can be really good because a lot of people just have one minor issue that they're looking at and they're going, I'm not entirely sure I want this game because I've got this one little reservation about it, and if you can answer that, we've had a lot of success getting conversions out of that and getting wishlists out doing that. Alpha gameplay, your first gameplay is always going to be successful in terms of wishlists. And the rest of the stuff is just content marketing. You can see all of that stuff on our YouTube page, and generally, the closer we've skewed to the USPs and the marketing pillars that we carefully selected for the game, the more successful they've been in terms of wishlists. And then there are a few surprises as well, like our History 2 video. So this was the second History of Stronghold video. I think it was on the Qin Dynasty, and you never know whether these things are going to get picked up, so it's always good to experiment with marketing. Number 2 is creating a prologue or a demo on Steam. So what I mean by this is creating a separate Steam app, and then basically just uploading either a demo or a prologue. I say prologue because this is something that Steam are looking at and going, we don't want these to flood our store. So now they have slightly stricter requirements based around demos, specifically for the Game Fest, summer, autumn editions, and then the ones next year. But also more generally as well, just like they don't really want developers just throwing up anything on the store. So if you're going to do it properly, do a prologue. They can be great for spiking wish lists, getting more visibility, which has merits on its own. Obviously they're good for feedback. I would say they're best done a bit closer to launch because spike. But they might be worthwhile doing earlier for a whole host of reasons. It's your game at the end of the day. Yeah, as I was saying before, ideally create something completely bespoke. Don't just shop out a level. You can do that as well, but it's much better just to create something unique for this, both in terms of how your audience are going to respond to it and how nicely you're playing with the Steam system. I don't think it will necessarily result in the highest quality wish lists, because a lot of people these are going to be sort of bookmark style wish lists. But it's definitely worth doing as a way of bumping up your number and getting some awesome feedback, I think. The next thing is Steam tags. So again, there are loads of articles on this. Go check them out online on Gamasutra and elsewhere. Simon Carlos does a number of great newsletter posts on this. But basically what you want to do is, before you launch your store page, you want to research 15 tags on Steam. You want to pick genres that are actually related to your game, ideally ones that have quite high traffic in terms of users, but relatively low competition. So it's a bit like choosing keywords, if you're familiar with that. But yeah, so pick 15. Try to choose tags with, like I was saying, low competition but like a strong player base. Those are the ideal ones. They don't have to be like that, and we'll get into sort of that issue in the next slide. And then during the moment your Coming Soon page is live, ask everyone you know to give the game these 15 tags. Top tip is to get your team to tag the game as well. So developer accounts weigh more heavily on Steam in terms of tagging games. So if you can get your developers to do that, if you've got a team that all have developer accounts, it's worth just getting as many developer accounts as possible to tag it, at release and releasing the store page. Just to get as much sort of algorithmic love as possible. And then after the store page is live, just recruit your players. Don't use it as your main call to action, but definitely ask your players via Discord, casually, just to say, could you please tag the game with these things? Because even if 20, 30 people do it, it can be huge for you. So the next one is microgenres. So what I mean by microgenres are tags on Steam that are relatively niche. So instead of real-time strategy, you pick something like submarine or wrestling, or there's probably one for sharks or something like that. And you want to kind of use any microgenres that might apply to your game. So if there was a microgenre for castles, Stronghold, obviously, go after that one. Be honest with yourself about whether the people that search for submarine games, for example, are really going to be interested in your title. Does it just feature a submarine level, or are submarines part of the gameplay? So don't try and fake it, otherwise you're just wasting quite a good sort of niche audience on this. You have a ninja at some point in your campaign. That doesn't necessarily mean that it should be under the ninja tag, and some people may just tag it with that anyway, but these are the kind of things that you control before launch. But yeah, if nothing else, a game that features submarines or whatever predominantly is going to do far better just tagging itself as such, because you're doubling down on something that you choose to build your game around, that there are massive fans of out there, whether it's typing or werewolves or cycling or all the other wonderful microgenres you can find on Steam. This is as opposed to going for the indie tag, which is just essentially completely worthless because everyone's just going to tag their game indie. Just make sure you're also releasing at a time when you're serving your microgenre well. The more popular it is at that particular moment in time, the better. But the main thing is just kind of make sure you're doing right by the audience, and you're aware of the kind of expectations that they're going to have of your title. The next one is run a public beta. So ideally you do this as soon as you announce. This might not be possible for a whole host of reasons. That's totally fine. The beta works really well because it means that obviously your announcement is going to be one of your biggest moments in your marketing cycle. So the beta allows you to capture quite a few people at that time, because they go, hey, I saw this new arena shooter and I can sign up to the beta straight away and it looks cool, and you kind of capture that initial interest that otherwise either completely fades away or you have to keep hyping up through sort of weekly and monthly marketing, which is a lot of work. Yeah, you can get 2 press beats out of it. You can get the initial announcement of the beta itself, and then when the beta launches. And I've included the examples as well because you know, No More Robots do a great job with it, but you know, it's something that it works for AAA, works for indie, it works for people in the middle, and I think everyone should just be giving it a go, basically. Obviously, with a open beta, you get the opportunity to solicit feedback in the game and ask for wish lists. So it can be huge for both demos and betas. Very similar in the sense that they're just a free version of the game that you can get into a lot of people's hands because everyone wants free stuff and everyone wants to play free games, especially if they're good. Like if you've made a quality game on Steam, and that's like the perfect opportunity to ask people for a wish list and the perfect opportunity to solicit feedback because they are super invested in what you're doing. Yeah, as other talks have recommended, promote your beta as a free Steam game and just get it into as many hands as possible. Set up a Discord channel, Google form, capture people's interest, and then maybe partner with like a big press site for a giveaway. And then yeah, just do that and hopefully get as many people through the door as possible, converting pretty highly because they played a free game and they want to play the full thing. The next thing is cross-promotion, so whether you have 1 game or you have 10, the more games you release, the more cross-promotion you can do. So we've got a few examples here. We've got on the bottom right, we've got the launcher in our order titles, we've got advertising on the left, which is a pop-up in some of our games. But you can do it on the store page on Steam. You should look into the Steam event system because that allows you to post all sorts of things to the Steam community, to any of your players, and as I was saying earlier, the more players you have and the more games you've released, the more people you can talk to. Cover your social media with all your branding, use in-game ads, post to old websites, post to your newsletter, just everywhere you can possibly talk about your new thing, just talk about it as much as you can. Yeah, and in theory you can't speak directly to Steam players, but in practice there is, as I was saying, the event system, which recently got an overhaul, but it's been there for like ages in the Steam community. You can do wish list sale notifications so when you discount by more than 20%, Steam IMs, you can pitch to Steam for these. Those are the things that pop up when you load up the client. Visibility boosts and forum threads as well. Obviously, all places on Steam that you can talk about your game. And yeah, just don't forget, everything you do needs a call to action. So just make sure there's a call to action on literally every piece of marketing that you put out there. Here's a cross promotion sort of snapshot from our wish list chart. So we've got a few things here. We had Warlords cross promotion, sort of 2 of those up there. The first one is nearly as big a deal as a Steam feature. That was promoted to our older 2D titles. And the second one is actually a bigger deal in terms of wishlist spiking compared to Steam feature for Reds Digital earlier this year, which I think at the time was one of our biggest spikes, if not our biggest spike, not counting the launch. So yeah, cross promotion to older titles on the Steam store pages in the game, literally anywhere else you can think about it, can often be much better than even the almighty Steam store feature, which we're all constantly trying to get. Obviously, this is from earlier this year, so COVID played a role. Crusader HD, which is probably our most famous back catalogue title, the player numbers for that doubled. For Strong Kingdoms, our daily active users went up by 20%. So that obviously played a role. We have more eyes in the game, so more people to view this kind of thing. But even if you cut those numbers in half or down by 20%, they're still really damn good, considering it was just creating an image and then putting that image in the game. Key art hacks, so a few good examples here, but again, loads of articles online. Sort of a 1 pixel outline around your key art can help it stand out in the list. Good character art facing forward, always really good. Edge highlights, strong colours, logos that pop out, and think about this size in particular, the small capsule, because that's where the lines share the majority of people are actually going to see your game and click through to your game. Create mock-ups, test it on people, and obviously follow best practices which you can find online. I said I won't talk about store pages, but I'm just going to talk about them briefly. You can A/B test everything, so I won't tell you how to do any of this stuff, but A/B test your, on a week we haven't got any sort of content marketing going on. Test your artwork, test different types of copy. So like, your trailer should be really exciting, gameplay focused, grab people in the first 3 to 5 seconds. Test something completely different for a week. As long as it's not tanking your wishlist numbers, learning that is much more important than having the same thing up constantly and not rocking the boat, which is, it's dangerous to play that safe. Key art, yeah, we just went over some of the kind of ways you can hack around that a second ago. GIFs, use it to convey your text, because no one's going to read your text. They might read your short description, but they're not going to read anything more than that. So use GIFs as an opportunity to give people an idea of what the text is actually about and encourage them to read the text. And yeah, just sort of the cool, shortest clips of your gameplay that you can provide. And yeah, apart from that, this kind of stuff's been talked about elsewhere. You can test, 1 week on, 1 week off. You could test by region, so you can upload certain artwork for certain regions. We've got some more Japan-focused artwork that we're testing in Japan at the moment. Same for China. Both key markets for us. So if you've got any artwork that you can test regionally, or any kind of marketing that you want to test regionally, you can do that as well. But just, the best case is that someone's going to come to your store page and spend 3 seconds watching a trailer, look at your key art, and then scan the short description. So yeah, just try and make it punchy. Number 9 is manual triggers. So visibility rounds you've got on the left there. Every game gets 5, and then you can earn more through sales. Don't use them as a top tip. Don't use them when the homepage is taken over by a seasonal sale, because they appear on the homepage under just updated or something like that, and there's just, you're not going to be seen if there's nothing else going on the store page apart from a seasonal sale. So we've had success with basically using these at times when we think that the store page is going to have a lot of traffic going to it, but it's not going to be overloaded by promoting a certain thing. So just before a sale, just after a sale, when there's a massive game launching on Steam, obviously there's going to be loads more people going to Steam to check that out. And if it's just a takeover at the top of the page, the rest of the Steam page will still display as normal, so you can take advantage of that extra traffic. And you can see in the slide there with round 7, I believe that's what we did there. And just if there's a big story driving a lot of traffic to Steam, if there's something controversial, if there's something just something in the sort of like mainstream news that's led to a flood in traffic to the store page, try and use it around then. And then the other thing which we've had a lot of success with is manual sales. So every 8 weeks you can trigger a manual sale for one of your games. If your discount is 20% or higher, anyone who's wishlisted the game will get an email from Steam, which is hugely valuable. The only thing I would say is just try not to overuse these. People figure out your sale rhythm pretty quickly, either through intuition or like a fancy Chrome plugin, and they'll, you never want to get to the point where you're devaluing your product in such a way that it's perceived as being always on sale. Otherwise, people will just kind of like ignore it and not be too fussed about it. So number 10 is simply pleasing the algorithm. All these things I've asked you to do are designed to basically respect the Steam algorithm as much as possible. It's by no means the be-all, end-all of a marketing campaign, especially if you have something extremely unique about your title, or you have a large ad spend behind you or something like that. But unless you've got a huge brand or a huge marketing budget, it's probably the thing that you want to focus on the most, because it's the thing that you can affect on a daily basis with low budget social campaigns, with sort of day-to-day marketing. And what you want to do is you want to make a splash. So I'll show you in a second what our sort of launch day looked like on Steam, launching the Steam store page. But essentially, like, what you're doing here is you're just building up as much content marketing on a weekly basis and as many small bumps so that when an opportunity comes along, you take advantage of it. So this slide here, we're looking at the Steam Game Fest Summer Edition. Now, most people's experience of this has ranged from, you know, a few thousand wish lists to, I think in the case of like, it was like Iron Harvest or something, we're saying they got like 50,000 wish lists or something crazy like that. We're kind of in the middle of that. I think we got like 22k net wish lists. But we only got that because we were ranking highly on wishlist charts. So I think we were featured in like strategy or simulation, one of the genre pages, but the main thing was that we got to the point where we had a sufficient number of wish lists that when the Steam Game Fest hit, we ranked highly enough that we appeared in a lot of the charts that were kind of featured on the main page on, you know, top wish listed strategy games. You know, all this kind of stuff is like hugely important. You know, when these kind of opportunities roll around, because if you've got 900 other games, the only way you're going to stand out is by getting preferential treatment from Steam, which no one can rely on, or just by having so many wish lists and so much attention built up over the course of, you know, months or years that you can't be ignored. So making a splash, you know, on your first day is just really important, basically, and it's the kind of it's the only thing that can set you off on a good path with the Steam algorithm, because it will very quickly decide whether your store page is valuable to players, and the same thing happens at launch as well. Speaking of which, those tiny bumps might not look like much, but the kind of takeaway here is that if you put the work in all the time, really hustling for features, you know, when the opportunities come around, with your content marketing, press, all that kind of stuff, it builds up, and then eventually you get to an opportunity like the Steam Game Fest, where for us it was a bigger spike than our announcement, which we never thought we would, you know, see again. And we'd hope that when we come to launch we have this kind of thing again, but honestly we never really experienced that, and that was a huge surprise for us. Your announcement and your launch are always going to dwarf everything else that you do, but the goal here is to avoid those being one-off events, and you want to have as many of those as humanly possible. You want to have as many launch-style spikes as you can. So some of the don'ts: don't exploit your release date using the popular upcoming chart. Lots of people have used this, and they keep changing their date so that their date keeps shifting and they keep appearing in popular upcoming, because you can get like thousands of wish lists per day just by being in this chart. I think Steam have tried to do something about this, but they've backtracked on it. So just don't do that, because it's really bad practice. Steam are bound to clamp down at one point, and you'll just look pretty bad. Don't do pre-purchase unless you're Fall Guys, because your pre-purchases do not count towards day one sales, and appearing in the top sellers chart is, you know, massively important for anyone releasing on Steam, especially now that they have divided top sellers into different regions, so it's even harder to chart than it was before in some ways. And then the other one's kind of controversial, but I would say don't do a demo on your store page. Avoid it if you can. Use a separate Steam app ID. People have talked about having a change in traffic, conversion rate, and wishlist behavior, which can adversely affect your daily wishlist count. For us, it was only a temporary dip, but others have seen a more permanent dip. So maybe try it out, but I would say try and avoid it if you can. And the last piece of advice, the last don't, is just don't kid yourself. The game you decide to make is the biggest marketing decision of all. It affects every marketable aspect of your game. It affects art style, genre, competition, advertising, SEO, memes. Everything that can come from your game comes from the game that you're making and the art style that you choose. Just remember, amplification is what marketing does. Marketing is not a silver bullet. And that's it. There you have it. That was top 10 Steam hacks at EGX Digital 2020. None of these are guarantors of success, but I think that if you do all of them, you should have a pretty good shot at achieving whatever the magical number is that Steam won't admit that they want us all to have on Steam. You know, if these things are part of your marketing mix and you do them all well and you do proper research and, you know, you execute to the best of your ability with the Steam that you have, I think that anyone can find find success on Steam. That's why I'm quite a big fan of the platform as a whole, just because I think it allows us to control our destiny more than other platforms do out there. I'll probably be tweeting out these slides in a few days, so yeah, just follow me at Firefly Nick on Twitter, and thank you for your time today. Hope you enjoyed it.
Game begin.
What on earth is a global digital event, I hear you ask? Well, allow me to enlighten you. This event is a gathering of hot gaming content that you would have been able to see at PAX West in Seattle, PAX Australia in Melbourne, or EGX in London in September, before COVID changed the world in what, let's be honest, is a storyline from a video game. In fact, it's bound to spawn many post-viral games in the near future. We'll be hunting through the city streets, crafting masks from animal hides, and all while still on furlough. Instead, you can sit at home and take in all the delights of a truly global event, enjoying the food from your kitchen at a reasonable price, and have a seat guaranteed, all day. Amazing! At this event, you'll be able to poke around over 200 booths on the show floor, and have a deep dive into some great curated content you might not have seen before. And it's all in one place, like a show. Just have a click around and discover stuff, then click further and discover more stuff. The show floor, or Expo Hall if you're speaking American, is just part of the event we're presenting. On top of the Expo Hall, we also offer you some of the highlights of any PAX or EGX show. Tons of brilliant panels. You'll be able to visit the site, paxegx.com, and navigate your way via the show floor to the massive schedule. It's like a Glastonbury festival of gaming, with massive headline acts and loads of interesting things to watch in the meantime. There will always be something great in there just for you. The Daily Wrap from Virgin Media, presented at 5:30 UK time each day. This will be brought to you by a mix of the brilliant teams at Outside Xbox and Outside Extra, Eurogamer, and Rock Paper Shotgun. They'll highlight the hotspots from the show day that's just happened and look forward to what's coming up next, all using boss-level broadband for gamers. Meet up on Discord. We all know that hanging out with your friends is a really important part of going to an event. Meeting people you already know, making new friends, and hanging out. The Left Field Collection is a must-see for attendees looking for the new, unique, and challenging works going on in games. This is a platform for titles and projects that like to do things a little differently, and promises to always have something interesting to check out. With over 100 indie titles at this year's show, there's going to be tons to discover. There are loads of other features, including speedrunning, cosplay, some interesting limited edition retail opportunities, and board games, with loads of videos from our partners at Dicebreaker. Exclusive event merch! What with this being the first time we've done a standalone digital event, this merch will be very limited edition. Show off to your friends with a fetching new hat at a distance of 2 meters or greater, or grab something special for a loved one or hated enemy. The shop's live now, and you can find it on this site or by searching for the EGX store. And if it's PAX merch you're after, you can search for that too. That's a taste of what to look out for while you're strolling around the digital show floor. There's loads of hot gaming content to come over the next few days. Some of it's live now, and some will be going live later, so be sure to check out all the booths to find out more. Oh, and don't worry if you miss a panel. Everything is going to be uploaded soon after to the EGX YouTube channel. But, you know, always better to see it first, right? In the meantime, here are some of the things to keep an eye on.
Hey, welcome to Here's One I Made Earlier, Monster of the Day mask making with Billy Blouse at EGX Digital 2020. Today we're going to go through the steps that it takes to make Monster of the Day masks for casual critter cosplay. And I have more than a few of these. I like to work in felt and cardboard to make these simple 2D masks. But you can use craft foam or paper or anything you like, really. You can use other fabrics, you can use leather, you can use vinyl, you can really take the basic core techniques and apply them to a whole variety of different things. I just don't have time in this workshop to take you through them all. So I'm going to show you some of the masks I made earlier. So first of all, I really cannot resist a dungeon crawling slime. They are possibly my favourite monster of the day of all time. This is one I made a wee while ago, and I like to call it the Jam Flam. Don't know if it's strawberry or raspberry, depends on my mood and who asks what I say, but it's red. I made this out of layers of, as you can possibly see on the back, completely random pieces of felt that really, they were just what I had lying about, and the shape of them, the size of the pieces, kind of dictated the size and shape of the mask a little bit. I free-handed this mask rather than following the steps that I'm going to outline for you. And it took me maybe an hour or two to make. I rushed this one. But these are just a bit of fun, so it doesn't have to be perfect. And the way I made this was I layered several different layers of fabric paint. So I started with like a plain red base, then I used a chunky layer of glitter, then I used a thinner layer of glitter, and then I let them dry in between layers. Then I drew directly with puffy paint. Lots of these bits, the green and white bits, all go in the dark. The black and red outline bits don't. And yep, that's my Jam Flan. I made another dungeon crawling slime because I think it is my goal in life to have these in every colour available. Which, when I'm taking you through the steps, this is one of my examples. I decided this was a lemon curd custard tart with a grape jelly filling, because I just felt like being yellow and purple. This one is made out of cardboard, elastic, googly eyes, acrylic paint, glitter glue, permanent markers, that's the word I'm looking for, and I made the tongue using kind of fabric puffy paint, which you can use acrylic paint on fabric if you have a fabric medium mixed in with it. Fabric paint, the puffy paint, you can use on cardboard and it not be a problem. I also used googly eyes because I love the noise they make when they shake. They're just pleasing. Because I painted these rather than leaving them raw like on my shark, which I'll get to in a minute, I used a nail file just to kind of prime it, just to make the surface ready to accept the paint. Best practice is using sandpaper, but if you don't have sandpaper, then a nail file or emery board will work just fine on something small like this. It would probably drive you to distraction if you were trying to do that on a bigger surface, but for small details and small pieces, it works just fine. I painted it with non-toxic water-based paint that still adheres to plastic. But you could use nail polish, that would be fine. If you're using any toxic paints or strong glues like super glue, make sure you're working in a well ventilated area, wear a mask, wear gloves, protect yourself. But we'll go through that, our health and safety talk later. And then, yeah, just detailed with glitter glue. And since I was talking about the cardboard and the shark a little bit, we'll lead on to this. So this is made in pretty much the same way as the lemon jelly. It's just layers of card with elastic stapled to it, and the elastic is sandwiched in between the layers. It is painted with acrylic paint and then detailed with permanent marker, glitter glue, and some googly eyes. I also made, because it's a shark fin that I put on an elasticated belt, which is made in the same way, which is just sandwiched, wedged 4 pieces of cardboard, painted with grey acrylic paint, which I mixed, then the permanent marker outline, because I love stuff to be bold and cartoony and fun and a little bit pop art, but if you wanted to go more realistic, you absolutely could. And then, yeah, some glitter glue just to make it sparkle. Because if I can make it glitter, I will. But you don't have to. It's all up to personal preference. But I just love a bit of sparkle. Speaking of animals and a bit of sparkle, we move on to our next 2 masks. So I made a swan because I just wanted to make a swan. There's no other reason. I was teaching one of my friends to make a mask, and we just decided to make birds. And this is made in the way of just cutting out shapes of felt in the right colours, sticking them together with the elastic sewn in between 2 layers, just hand sewn, stitched, and then the layers are glued together. And then I just decorated it with some puffy paint, with a bit of glitter and a bit of glow, because that's my jam. No, that's my jam. And that's my jelly. I love a pun also. But because we're at EGX Digital, I wanted to relate what I was making back to video games. Dungeon crawling slime? Easy. The other thing that I really can't resist is a good video game status effect. So I decided I just quite fancied being a frog or a toad. You can decide which one this is. And I made this sort of somewhere in between how the jam flan and the swan worked. I made layers of different coloured felt in the colours that I wanted, or the base colours that I wanted. Then I used fabric paint mixed with glitter on top. Then I detailed with more fabric paint carefully painted on to make my really glittery frog. Sometimes I put the eye holes where the eyes are, like on the jam flan and on the swan. Sometimes it's in the nostrils, like with my status effect frog toad. And sometimes I like to put it in the mouth, so that your wee eyes are just peeking out of the mouth, and it's funny. So a good tip for any time your eye holes are quite large and you're going to be able to see kind of around your eyes, especially if you've put it in the mouth, is to just use face paint or use eyeshadow, depending on what you tolerate, what you may or may not be allergic to. I'm allergic to face paint, so I use eyeshadow for everything. With the shark, I would use red because the inside of its mouth is red. With the with my jelly, I would use either a deep kind of gold or purple to match kind of the tongue and the eyes, or the deep gold to be kind of like a depth of inside the jelly. There would probably be glitter involved. With things like the irises in the eyes and the nostrils, I might, because I'm very, very pale, I might use a kind of like a smoky eye effect, use the kind of like dark natural tones around my eyes, or use black, just being very careful with it. Or you could paint the eyeballs onto your eyelids and close your eyes for photos. Now, be careful with that walking around, but you could do that, and that would be absolutely awesome. Or you can just use your own eyes and not bother about that. It really depends on what you want to do, and whether you want to wander around with like a big purple mask painted on your face or not. Just do what feels right, do what feels comfortable for you. You don't need to wear makeup with these. The whole point of these is that it's casual, it's comfortable. You only do what you want. You don't have to wear makeup. So before you begin, the first step is choose what you're going to make. So I decided to take you through my two kind of 2D techniques of using felt and using cardboard. And I made my frog toad status effect and my yellow slime. The others were masks that I'd made earlier. I looked up the reference images on my phone because these were very simple things that I was going to be easy to translate. If you're making something more complicated or you don't have a smartphone, then use a computer, whether that's in the library when it is safe and you're able to, at your school, whether it's the family computer. Just be careful what you look up on that. Whether it's your laptop, whether it's on a tablet, get the reference images. You can also work from physical media. It doesn't have to be digital. So you can use a figurine of the character or critter that you want to make. You can use the actual comic book that you're working from, just anything like that. Keep it carefully away from your art supplies and work in a clean space with it when you're working with it. You can use video game box art. Whatever you have to hand that you want to work from that has your character on it. Then you want to usually when I'm making these I want to simplify whatever I'm making down a bit, but if you were wanting to make it really, really detailed and accurate, then do that. It's totally up to you. So what you need are, first of all, to prepare your workspace. So where are you working? I tend to work on, if the project's small enough, an old TV tray table thing that I spilled nail polish on, and then it was like, well, I've wrecked it. I can do what I want with this surface now. I paint on it. It's covered in paint and glitter glue and actual glue and whatever else. But you might get in trouble from your landlord, housemates, or parents or partner if you muck up any of the nice communal spaces. If you're working on your kitchen table, if you're working on a desk in your office or bedroom, if you're working on this in an after-school club, if you're at your friend's house in a socially distanced way that's following the rules for your area, wherever you are, protect your surfaces. So So make sure they're clean first. Put down old newspaper, put down a roll of paper, put down an old bedsheet, old towels, get a tarp and lay it out. That sounds like you're about to do something dangerous, but you're not. Just protect your surfaces, put something down that will stop any spillages, leakages, or over-enthusiastic painting from getting on anything you want to keep clean. The next thing to set up your workspace and prepare for your project is you want to protect your clothes. So whether that's investing in some coveralls or overalls, whether that's wearing like an old shirt, like an old school shirt or an old work shirt, especially if you can beg, steal or borrow one off of a partner or parent, older sibling or friend who's bigger than you, then it'll cover more of you. I used to use my dad's old work shirts. I don't do that anymore, but they used to be great. Or you can wear old clothes that you don't mind getting a bit mucky, or get an apron, or especially for the job, or just a general apron that you know it's okay to get paint and stuff on. Mine says, let's cosplay with Billy Blouse in lovely primary colours in a speech bubble. And it's not just an apron, it's a gapron, because the pocket has the new Pride flag on it. Because I'm proud, and I don't care who knows. You've protected your surfaces, you've protected your clothing. Now you want to protect yourself. If you are working with any potentially hazardous or toxic art supplies, make sure you have the proper safety equipment. Always read the instructions on whatever you're working with. So especially if you're using super glue or oil-based paints, anything like that, make sure you are working in a well-ventilated environment. So have your window open. If you're lucky enough to have a studio space with an extractor fan, or if you're working at the kitchen table and you have a cooker hood with an extractor on it, whack that on. Or, if the weather's nice enough, work outside. But whatever you do, just make sure your space is well ventilated and stay safe. If you're working with anything that might cause breathing problems, particularly any adhesives like E5000, wear the proper respirator mask. You should have a mask at the moment anyway, but it might not be the kind that you need for your project. Always check. So if you're sanding things, wear a dust mask. If you're working with spray paints, wear a spray paint mask. Just keep yourself safe and protected. Your hands, if you're working with anything that you might have an allergy to, or if you need to keep your hands clean and professional for your work or for school or college or whatever, wear vinyl, latex or latex-free gloves. Just protect your hands, protect your lungs, protect your face. You might need to wear eye protectors depending on what you're working with. Probably for these projects you won't. That's more working with kind of power tools and welding. But if it says you need an eye protector or a face shield on the safety instructions, do it. Don't cut corners. Keep yourself safe and well. So in order to stay safe, stay home, and craft masks. Just protect your surfaces, protect yourself, wash your hands regularly between everything that you're doing. Just take some extra precautions right now, more than you normally would, but just look after yourself, look after your surfaces, look after your clothes. just do a bit of preparation before you start. Now I'm going to go through what we need step by step to make these masks. So after you've figured out what critter you're going to make, you want to print out, if you have access to a printer, or draw using whatever drawing tools you need, whether that's for precision, you might need a compass or a ruler or a set square or whatever you want to use. You might just want to freehand it. I tend to just freehand it, or you might want to print it out and then trace the shapes that you want. You want to kind of simplify the patterns down into reasonably big shapes that you can cut out of card or felt or whatever craft foam, whatever material you're using. So you need some paper. That can be printer paper, that can be scrap paper. If you're making a bigger mask, like for instance the shark kind of size, but more complicated than just needing to have the nose shape on it, then you can tape bits of paper together to make that shape work. You're going to need to cut out all of your pattern pieces. So you need paper, drawing tools. I just used a biro pen, but you can use a pencil and then have an eraser to rub out any mistakes or anything that you're doing when you're going to the drafting stage, transferring it onto your material. Once you're happy with your design, cut it out. You might even need to cut out different stages using craft scissors or paper scissors, and then take it onto another sheet of paper and draw it out, draw round bits, add more bits on, make a guide, whatever it is that you need to do. Okay, and then you want to transfer that design to your material, whether that's your felt, your card, craft foam, paper, like thicker paper, whatever you're using. So you need whatever your material is in the amount that you need to cut out the pattern that you've made. You want to hold it down, you can pin it down, or you can just hold it in place and you draw it around it with either the same drawing tool you used, a pencil or a pen, or you might need to use a marker, or particularly if you're working with felt, then it's good to use kind of tailor's chalk or something like that will wipe off more easily. Once you have drawn round whatever your pattern shape is, you want to cut that out with the appropriate cutting tool for the job. So if you're working with thin card, paper, or craft foam, then you probably just need craft or paper scissors. If you're working with fabric, you need fabric scissors or a cutting mat and a rotary cutter. If you're working with thick cardboard or thick foam, then you will probably need a cutting mat and a craft or Stanley knife. If you're using any of these sharp objects and you need adult supervision to do that, or a helper just in case, make sure they are there when you're doing it, because we just want to keep safe. And if you are cutting with a blade, you want to cut away from your body rather than towards it, because if you have a little muscle spasm or anything, then you can really hurt yourself. And just be very aware of where your hands are while you are cutting. My body won't do best practice. There's something going wrong in my shoulder that means when I try to cut away from my body, it actually causes my functional dystonia to trigger and create really dangerous muscle spasms that if I was wielding a blade, I would very, very, very definitely hurt myself. So sometimes you have to adapt, and best practice doesn't always work for your body, but just be as careful as you can, and especially if you can't do the safest way, make sure somebody is with you, or at least in the other room, so that you can get help as quickly as possible. I tend to turn the card more often, go slowly, cut, instead of trying to cut through in a oneer, cut through a little bit at a time and just turn the card in or foam in smaller increments. And I try to cut kind of away from my body but behind me. That is not best practice, that is not what I advise you do, but it is more dangerous for me to try to cut away from my body than it is to try and cut across and around. Just because of the way my shoulder joint moves from repeated injuries from subluxations and dislocations over the years. Fun with disability. So just adapt and make it work for you. You might need to use a really specific kind of scissors. If you're left-handed, get left-handed scissors. It will make a big difference to your ability to do these things. So if you're left-handed and you've been doing kind of crafting projects and you just think, oh, I can't do it, I always make a mess of it, are you using right-handed scissors? Like, this seems really obvious, but I'm ambidextrous, and the difference it makes on days when my brain is trying to channel everything through the left hand instead of the right hand, which is what I've learned to use because that's what the world's mainly built around, it really does make a difference. I mean, most left-handed folks will already know this, but it's just, particularly if you're working with a child and you are not left-handed yourself, you might not think about these things. So, just something to bear in mind. Using a proper tool for the job. Adapting tools, using like thermoplastics and things to make custom grips, particularly for craft knives and scissors and things, it can make a bigger difference than you realise. So use the right tool for the job, but it has to be the right tool for you for the job. And it might not be the same tool that's right for me, it might not be the same tool that's right for anyone else you've learned a tutorial from. Everybody has their own quirks and adaptions. Use the ones that work best for you. So the next stage, once you have cut your pattern out, is to use whatever your fastening is. So for me, my preference is elastic. That's what I like to use because I find tying things quite difficult, particularly behind my head. I also quite like that I can pull it in a knot and put it around my ponytail or my bun just to give it extra security when it's on my head. But you can absolutely use 2 pieces of ribbon and attach them together with a press or popper studs or some Velcro, or just tie it into a really lovely bow behind your head and make that part of the design. You can use string, whatever you have, it's absolutely fine. It is completely up to you. My preference is elastic, your preference might be ribbon, with or without sew-on press studs. It doesn't matter. Or, yeah, a button and a buttonhole. Anything like that. You can even just get 2 bits of ribbon and safety pin them together. That is totally fine too. Or be a little bit more swanky and sew a brooch back on it. Whatever works for you. I have dexterity problems, so anything I can just like whack on, pull on and off is much, much easier for me. Even trying to fiddle with Velcro or press studs behind my head is kind of a no-go. But again, adapt it to what works for you and what you prefer. I don't even really like the tie on my apron. It's a right gidder to get undone. I might need to rethink that. But do whatever works for you. When you're working with card, paper and foam, you can just staple it on. So you want to take whichever your back piece is and staple kind of like lengthwise as much as you humanly possible can, getting around whatever the shapes are with your stapler, and staple it on, and then you're going to be sandwiching it in between 2 layers to kind of keep them in. I prefer, if possible, to have the long flat bits on the outside that's going to be against your head. You can also like put a piece of felt or leather or faux leather or cork or something like that on, or you can wedge it in between 3 layers of card or foam if you want, just to make it extra secure. You can also hand sew onto a bit of felt and then glue that felt onto the cardboard and then sandwich it. If you're working with felt or other fabric, then you're just going to want to hand sew it on to whatever the back base is, and you're going to sandwich it in between. You want to leave half an inch, sort of 1 or 2 centimetres of the end of your fastener, whether it's elastic, ribbon or string. You're going to want to leave that much on the inside the surface that you're going to attach it to. And then once you've attached one side, carefully holding onto it, pull it round and loop it over so that it's not getting twisted or turned over, and that the same side is flat on both sides. And do the same again, just hand sew it on, staple it on, whatever you're doing. If you're hand sewing it, then obviously you're going to need a needle, thread, and some embroidery scissors or snips. You're also going to need embroidery scissors, snips, or your fabric scissors to cut the elastic. Craft scissors probably are just going to get a bit stuck, but try and keep like craft and paper scissors to using craft paper and foam, and like try and keep your fabric scissors as fabric scissors, because it makes a big difference how sharp the scissors are, and using them on card, paper and foam blunts them. It makes it very difficult to cut the fabric. Once you've got your elastic attached, or your ribbon, whatever you're using, I'm just going to keep calling it elastic because that's what I used. Once you've got that attached, you then want to line up your 2 kind of like sandwich base layers, whatever they are. Apply glue, and you can use, if you're using craft foam, then probably super glue or similar is probably a good bet, but work in a well ventilated area. But wood glue would still work with that. It would just take longer to dry. If you're working with paper or card, you can use PVA glue or wood glue. You can use super glue as well, but I prefer to work with non-toxic glue as much as humanly possible. And I just happen to have a big tub of wood glue, so that's what I used. When you're working with felt and other fabrics, use fabric glue. I really like Mod Podge, but you don't have to use that. You can use whatever fabric glue you want. I just think that it's really, really good. It adheres really, really well. It does smell a little bit, so you might need to air out your masks once you've been using the glue. And then, once your 2 base layers are sandwiched together with your elastic in between them, you want to leave that to dry. So you can, once you've carefully patted them down, you can just leave it and it will probably be fine. But you can clip, clamp, peg or squash it with either clips, clamps, pegs, or an old tea towel or a big bit of paper and some heavy books, just to give it a little bit of weight to hold it together. It just makes the glue adhere a bit better, having that weight or pressure. You can literally use pegs. You can use, depending on the size of it, you can use like hair slides or bobby pins. You can use the quilting clips you get for sewing. You can use, an old book. You can use proper desk clamps. But just keep it together. Let that dry however long the glue takes to dry. It really depends on what glue you're using, how long that takes. I usually leave it overnight. If it's a simple, we're just gluing 2 layers together, then that's totally fine. With something where you've got several different pattern pieces, you might need to glue down the base layers, wait for them to dry, and then glue on the details, and then wait for them to dry before you get to the next stage. That's best practice. I don't always do that. I just get overexcited, glue everything together, and then hope for the best. But it is better to wait for each layer to dry because it takes less time to dry. I'm usually like doing it in the evening and then leaving it to dry overnight, so it's not as big of a deal. But if you are trying to like get it done throughout a day, like say you've got a nice day off, it's a Saturday, and you've got a day off from school or work, and you're just going to work on it through the day. You start in the morning with the gluing, and you leave it for however many hours it is, and then after lunch, you do the next bit, and then you leave it for however many hours that is, and then after tea, you do the next bit, and then you leave it overnight. It really depends on what you're doing and how much time you have. Take your time and have fun with it. If you're rushing it, you're probably going to be making more mistakes and then having to go back and fix them later. And a wee tip to remember is whenever you're using glue, you're going to really want to decant it onto something, whether that's a piece of cardboard or the lid off of a sweetie tub, or whether it's a proper painter's mixing palette, or whether it's an old plate. Whatever it is, you're probably going to want to decant the glue onto that, squeeze it out, pour it out, and then use either an old paintbrush you don't mind getting gummed up, or a palette knife, or a spatula, a specific glue spreader. If you don't have any of those things lying about, you can just like get a bit of card and use it to spread the glue. You can use your fingers, but it will be messy and you will need to wash your hands more often because it will get everywhere. It is a guarantee. I know that from past experience of getting too excited and basically just finger painting everything. Because I'm 5, apparently. But do what works for you and what you have access to. Obviously, having a reusable glue spreader or palette knife is better, but if you just have a bit of cardboard offcut, just use that. It's fine. Especially if you are putting layers on, like with the swan, or like with the frog, where there's the lips. So there's the base layer, there's the top, the chin, the lips, the nostrils, the eyes, the irises, and the eyelids. If you're waiting between layers for them to dry, a really good tip to keep any excess glue that you've got on your palette is to either take a Ziploc plastic bag and seal it in there without any air, or get some cling film and put it over. This works with paint as well. You can also buy little paint tubs that you can seal. Honestly, it's just make whatever works. If you're trying to be more environmentally friendly, then reusable is better. But if you're on a really tight budget and you've just got whatever's in your house, then use what works. You also need to remember to clean any glue spreaders or paintbrushes in between using them so that they don't get gummed up and unusable. Take care of your tools and they'll take care of you. Once all of your pattern pieces have been glued together and they've been left to dry, you then want to move on to the painting and decorating stage. You may or may not need to prime your base. With the swan, because I was keeping the felt as the colour, I did not need to prime anything. I did not need to do this painting stage. I just went straight onto the decorating part. With the jam flan, because I was layering up layers of paint over felt that was a different colour than what I was trying to make it, I first had to put down a matte red fabric paint, then I did chunky glitter, then I did thinner glitter, and I had to leave it to dry in between each layer before I did the decoration. With the toad frog, I wanted some of the felt to show through, because as I said before, it's somewhere in between the other two felt masks. It's kind of combining the techniques into one. I mixed glitter into the fabric paint when I was painting. But I made sure the felt was going to show through in some places because I wanted a kind of mottled effect. With the shark, because I was just painting the whole thing grey, and I would have primed it with grey anyway, I just did slightly more layers of grey paint than I would have done. It has gotten a little bit bashed. I might need to touch it up later. It is a few years old now, and I do love it so much. So because basically I would have been priming it in the colour that I was painting it, I didn't really see the need to prime it beforehand. Because yellow is a really difficult colour to just get straight onto pretty much anything, I primed this card with white first, and then I did several layers of yellow before I went over into the details. It really depends on what you're doing, whether you need to prime or not. You can prime with acrylic paint, with fabric paint, you can prime with a mixture of glue and paint, you can prime with gesso, which is a special type of primer. If you're using spray paints, you can get special spray primers. Remember to wear your mask if you're doing that. There's loads of different ways. You can mix paint, glue and water and kind of water it down. There's loads of ways to prime things. It really depends on what surface you're working on, how you need to prime it. And then you let that dry. Once you've primed it, you then want to paint your base, whatever the base colour is. In some cases, that's pretty much just one colour. In other cases, that's going to be each different section. You're going to have to paint them in different colours. So for both painting and priming, you're going to need to use whatever your paint palette or whatever your mixing tray is and some paintbrushes, remembering to wash them or secure them in between layers and usages. Leave each layer to dry for however long either the instructions on the art supply says, or if it doesn't say on the material itself, you can look that up online. Generally speaking, with thin layers of acrylic and fabric paint, it's going to be between 1 and 2 hours. If it's something thicker, like puffy paint or something you've mixed with glue, it could be anything from 2 to 24 hours. It really depends on what paint you're using. Most of the non-toxic paints, like the things I used for this project, the maximum drying time for them is about 6 hours. It depends on what you're working with. Always read the instructions before you begin, or if you know that it's going to dry in half an hour, then you know that you can work in half an hour increments. Very, very thin layers of acrylic on card, they might only take 30 minutes to dry. Thicker layers, 1 or 2 hours. Really depends on what you're doing. The key is just to build up thin layers of whatever you're doing. And leave it to dry in between. There's a lot of waiting time. These masks do not take very long physically to actually make. Each stage for something simple like I've been making is probably 20 to 30 minutes. So it's probably going to take you 2 or 3 hours to actually make the masks, but with long and variable drying times, that's probably going to be over 3 to 5 days. So give yourself a week. Even though it's only going to take about 3 hours, that's going to be spread out over about a week. If you're doing more complex designs, then it'll take longer. The more layers that you have to wait for to dry, the longer it's going to take. Something like the swan, it only took me about 2 hours because I didn't wait. I didn't wait for the glue to dry before I went in with the puffy paint. It's best practice to do it. There are a few places where it's kind of bled because I was impatient, but I had a limited time to make it in. It was just a quick example to teach my friend how to make bird masks for fun, so it didn't really matter. I might go back and redecorate this later, because the beauty of cosplay is once you've made something, that's not necessarily it done. You can just upgrade it every time you wear it. If that's what makes you happy and you just want to improve it a little bit at a time, or if you're working on a tight budget, you can do the most basic version of it and then save up the next time that you wear it, you can add a little bit more. And that's magic. But yeah, I made this in about an evening, so it's a little bit rougher than the ones that I took more time over. The jam flan I made in 2 evenings. Again, I wasn't taking my time with it. It was just like a quick, fun, silly project. My other masks, they took sort of between 3 and 5 days, just with all of the drying times. I'm not sure with the shark how long that took, because I was making a puppet and the rest of the costume at the same time, and I made the whole thing in about a week. Just as you do to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. Take your time. Take your time. Take it slow. It'll be so much less stressful. I made both the frog and my lemon jelly together, kind of switching in between masks while the other one was drying in 4 days. Took about 3 days to do the frog. It took about 3 days to do the jelly, but I started the frog on one day and I started the jelly the day later. So it'll take you between 1 and 3 hours to make these masks, roughly. Assuming you work at the kind of similar pace to me. If you work a bit faster, it'll go a bit faster. If you work a bit slower, it'll go a bit slower. It really just depends. But take your time, give yourself a whole week to work on it, and just do a wee half an hour or an hour every evening, and you'll get through it. But once your mask is dry, all the base is done, you want to go back in and decorate it. And this can be done with whatever you want, whatever craft supplies you want. I mainly have used glitter glue, puff paint, glitter, and what's that called? Permanent marker, and googly eyes. But you can use whatever you want. Once your decorations are all dry, you want to fix, varnish, or seal them in. Now you know how to craft a simple 2D felt or cardboard monster of the day mask. Enjoy the rest of EGX Digital, because it's going to be an absolute blast.
Game begin.
What on earth is a global digital event, I hear you ask? Well, allow me to enlighten you. This event is a gathering of hot gaming content that you would have been able to see at PAX West in Seattle, PAX Australia in Melbourne, or EGX in London in September, before COVID changed the world in what, let's be honest, is a storyline from a video game. In fact, it's bound to spawn many post-viral games in the near future. We'll be hunting through the city streets, crafting masks from animal hides, and all while still on furlough. Instead, you can sit at home and take in all the delights of a truly global event, enjoying the food from your kitchen at a reasonable price, and have a seat guaranteed, all day. Amazing! At this event, you'll be able to poke around over 200 booths on the show floor, and have a deep dive into some great curated content you might not have seen before. And it's all in one place, like a show. Just have a click around and discover stuff, then click further and discover more stuff. The show floor, or Expo Hall if you're speaking American, is just part of the event we're presenting. On top of the Expo Hall, we also offer you some of the highlights of any PAX or EGX show. Tons of brilliant panels. You'll be able to visit the site, paxegx.com, and navigate your way via the show floor to the massive schedule. It's like a Glastonbury festival of gaming, with massive headline acts and loads of interesting things to watch in the meantime. There will always be something great in there just for you. The Daily Wrap from Virgin Media, presented at 5:30 UK time each day. This will be brought to you by a mix of the brilliant teams at Outside Xbox and Outside Extra, Eurogamer, and Rock Paper Shotgun. They'll highlight the hotspots from the show day that's just happened and look forward to what's coming up next, all using boss-level broadband for gamers. Meet up on Discord. We all know that hanging out with your friends is a really important part of going to an event. Meeting people you already know, making new friends, and hanging out. The Left Field Collection is a must-see for attendees looking for the new, unique, and challenging works going on in games. This is a platform for titles and projects that like to do things a little differently, and promises to always have something interesting to check out. With over 100 indie titles at this year's show, there's going to be tons to discover. There are loads of other features, including speedrunning, cosplay, some interesting limited edition retail opportunities, and board games, with loads of videos from our partners at Dicebreaker. Exclusive event merch! What with this being the first time we've done a standalone digital event, this merch will be very limited edition. Show off to your friends with a fetching new hat at a distance of 2 meters or greater, or grab something special for a loved one or hated enemy. The shop's live now, and you can find it on this site or by searching for the EGX store. And if it's PAX merch you're after, you can search for that too. That's a taste of what to look out for while you're strolling around the digital show floor. There's loads of hot gaming content to come over the next few days. Some of it's live now, and some will be going live later, so be sure to check out all the booths to find out more. Oh, and don't worry if you miss a panel. Everything is going to be uploaded soon after to the EGX YouTube channel. But, you know, always better to see it first, right? In the meantime, here are some of the things to keep an eye on. Hello everyone, I am going to be hosting this panel on how to get into the games industry or breaking into the games industry, and with me we have Adam Coburn, we have Kate Killick, and we have James Elsey. So we're going to start this panel by going round in turn and talking about how we got into the games industry, and then we'll answer a couple of questions and we'll do some wrap up after that. So I guess we'll start with Adam, because Adam, you're right at the top of the screen on my side.
Sure. Well, I've been doing commercial art for a long time before I got into games. So I had about 5-6 years experience before I was engaged with working in like video and compositing and editing, which I originally studied animation at university and then got into that. And then I got into lecturing for a long period of time, for about 6 years, I think. And where I lectured in film and post-production and things like that. And I've always found the skills that I learned from those always kind of come in. So I decided to change it up and I did a master's in CGI animation. And I was a stop motion set dresser a long time ago back in the day. Somebody told me that environment art was a job and you could get paid to make props and make environments and light them and do that. And I couldn't believe it, that in itself was something you could do at the time. And I just kind of jumped in that direction. And then a lot of hit and miss kind of applications to different studios, and finally a studio picked me up as a junior. And then once I'd been picked up by them, and I did after about a year or so, moved on to other companies and just continued working in games since then. But I'd say commercial art's about 12 years experience, but 5 years in games.
Jeez, wow. How about Kate?
Hello, I'm Kate. I'm a senior designer and game lead at MojiWorks. So I started out studying game design. Initially, I had gone to university thinking I might do animation or something like that, and I was on my art foundation year because I also had no idea that you could really do games as a job. And then one day the lecturers from Newport Uni came round to kind of talk about their degree courses, and they talked about the games course. And I was just like, oh, that makes so much sense. Of course I'm going to go and do that. So yeah, I went to do that as my degree, and then at the end of my second year, we went to Dare to Be Digital, which is this 10-week game prototyping, or at the time it was 10-week game prototyping competition run by Abertay University. And off the back of that, we ended up forming a company and releasing the game through Xbox Live. So I was kind of jumping the deep end into starting my own company right from the beginning. Mm-hmm. But after that, I found it quite difficult to know how to get into the industry properly. So I ended up getting a UX job at an app developer, and I was doing that for a few years at different startups before finally coming back to the games industry at MojiWorks.
Cool. How about you, James?
Yeah, so I graduated and had a sort of a little bit of a crossing over bit. I didn't know really what area I wanted to go into. I sort of started with film, did a few shorts and things like that. Was going to kind of local meetups in London, and then someone I knew said I should go to this networking night, which it was like music technology, and it turns out the person doing the talk there was a guy called Dan Murdoch, who is now an audio director at Playtonic. They do the ukulele games. He's been at Rocksteady. He really gave me a bit of guidance that I needed, being interested in getting into games. So he said I should go to the London Indies pub night. So I started doing that. Just basically kind of as a freelancer, I guess it's all about the people you meet and you know. So I started going to those a bit more regularly. Also went to EGX for the first time. And I was probably networking awfully then, first big show, probably just going up to people, throwing a card in their face and saying, I do music.
Yeah.
But I think the most genuine conversation I had with a developer there was like an indie horror game they were showing, and that's kind of an area that interests me. So I probably spoke to them the most genuinely. And out of that, they emailed me back a couple of weeks later and actually said, like, we're thinking about doing our next game. And sadly, that game never actually got released, but it was my first sort of experience in actually doing music for a game. And it kind of led to where I went on to. From then, I kept in touch with someone online who was actually, when I was focused on doing film, and it turned out they were working on a game, and that turned out to be the first game that I did that got commercially released. Which was an indie horror game called Welcome to Hanwell.
Cool. So I'm now working as game designer at Dambuster Studios, so we're working on the next installment of Dead Island. I started in the games industry as a junior programmer, but before then I graduated university with a games computing degree, decided I was going to be a hotshot and start my own company, and it fell flat on its face. And then I decided I was going to do it again, and it fell flat on its face. And then I eventually ended up getting a job as a junior programmer. And within 6 months of being a junior programmer, because of all the rapid prototyping I'd done, they promoted me to a game designer position. And then I've always been a game designer since then. I had a brief foray in tech design, but I sort of flipped between tech design and game design in general. So yeah, that's all of us, I guess, and our weird journeys. But I think one of the main threads I noticed through most of them is we've all picked up contacts along the way as well, and they've helped us along and try and get us into the industry, which I think is a really important point. So we've got a bunch of different questions that I think we should go through. So I'm going to start with the first one, which is from a lovely young lad, BAFTA-nominated young game designer called AO. His question was originally more design-orientated, but I've tried to make it more sort of generic so we can all answer the question, which is, for an internship or entry-level position, what kind of examples of work would you be looking for if you were to be hiring, or what examples of things do you know people look for when they're hiring for that? So shall we start with James? What kind of things would you expect from like an audio position?
Yeah, it's sort of difficult because my position's so unique. In terms of music composition, jobs don't really get put out. There are cases where they do, but really it's just through the connections. So for me, it's more about having your portfolio, everything laid out as cleanly as possible online for people to look at. So ensuring you've got a really well-produced kind of 2 to 3 minute show reel of content, showing off your strongest material first. Sorry, it's a hard question to answer just because it's so different for what I do. With
a 2 to 3 minute like roll of content for music, does that sort of make sense? Like, do you get all your audio?
I know what you mean. I think with music, you want to show context in games.
Yeah.
So it's really kind of maybe like a minute to 30 seconds of some interactive music working in a game, and then try and, I guess, show another style. Or if you're really good at something, then you show just that style for your whole 3 minute show reel.
Cool.
Obviously, you then back that up with a full music reel and everything as well. But I think first impressions come on that show reel.
Cool. How about you, Kate?
I've got quite strong opinions about it. It's something I've thought about quite a lot, especially when I'm doing mentoring, and I've kind of written some blog posts about this kind of thing, because it comes up a lot with design, right? Game design is such a difficult thing to show your portfolio of, because so much of what you do is like under the hood, and sometimes depending on the project you might have loads of documentation or all these different things, and it's quite hard to know how to distill that down into something that's just enough to pique someone's interest. That's the best bit of advice I ever got, actually, from one of my mentors, was you just want enough to pique the interest to get to interview. You don't need to tell them everything. You don't need to give them massive long detail about the project. You just need enough to get their interest. So I think for me, like I always say, do case studies. I think case studies and showing the kind of hands-on stuff that you've done, like if you've got little prototypes, having a blog about those, but mainly, cherry picking. It doesn't even have to be cherry picking a project, but cherry picking specific problems you solved in that project. Because for me, I don't really care that much about the end result, especially from a junior, because you're not expecting them to have really shiny stuff. You know, they'll have worked with other juniors probably for university projects or game jam projects. What I really want to know is how they think about things and how they break down problems and how they go through that process, and what level of self-awareness they have about their process, if that makes sense. So I'm looking for that self-criticism, not just about the work, but about how they go about the work.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think because the kind of company that MojiWorks is and the kind of companies that I tend to work for, we are very small teams as well. So we don't, for us, tend to look for really specialist stuff. We tend to look more broad design skills, but obviously it varies so much from company to company. I've definitely heard from other people who in other companies are much more focused on documentation. That's not something I'm particularly fussed about. I want to know that someone can communicate okay, but like I'm not looking for really polished design documents or anything like that. I think a case study with a nice story of like, here's the problem, here's, how I went about solving it, here's some things that didn't work. I think always important to have that. And also like a little bit of proof, I think, that they're thinking about the audience and the players. So like, here's how I tested it, here's how I got the feedback, here's what I did with that.
Yeah.
For me, like that story is what I would look for in someone's design portfolio.
I'd say about the same with me in terms of design. I like to look for people who have strong prototyping skills as well, because I find that whilst a game design I find that game design documents tend to get thrown away very quickly in terms of development. So if someone can create a prototype of the thing they're trying to get across, that tends to be, a prototype is worth 10,000 words when a pitch is worth 1,000. So I look for people who have that kind of ability to just make an idea in its rough and disgusting form. Like they don't care about the code behind it. As long as it works, it works. So I'd say that's probably the same kind of, I'd look for the same kind of things in the design role.
Yeah, I think for me, sometimes I get a bit worried when I see a designer who's putting too much emphasis on documentation in the portfolio, because I think, well, do they understand that, it's not all about just writing out the theory of a game and now you've got a fun game. You have to get stuff into prototype or try things out or mock things up in different ways. And not to just think that coming up with the ideas is all that game design is.
Yeah, I think little gameplay videos are also a nice way of doing things. I saw one person's portfolio a while back where they'd done audio commentary over their game, explaining why they'd done certain things, and I really liked that because it reminded me of the sort of the Valve, they leave the little speech bubbles in their games, that kind of thing, to show why they did a certain thing. So I like videos of things rather than just big long lists of things I need to read. How about you, Adam, for art and 3D art?
Art it's a broad one, isn't it? I mean, like I can only speak from experience really on this, because art is a really broad one, and a lot like, hey, I mostly work with smaller companies, or like smaller groups of people, which is a different thing to working, say, in AAA. If you wanted to work for EA or something, then you want to have, I mean, there is a theme that runs for everything, and it is an artistic eye and technical ability, which I'm sure is the same when you're prototyping. A lot of people can draw incredibly well, and a lot of people can make 3D really interestingly, and a lot of people can kind of make assets that work in game, but you've got to marry all those three things, which is why, like, the main thing that I would describe to anyone is work on a game, like an interactive piece that somebody can actually see. Because definitely one of the main reasons I got hired was I went in with a playable demo of like a vertical slice of the game that we designed. Yeah. And I'm not saying that everyone should create a game, because that's insanity. No. But if you can create like the tiniest bit, even if it's a first person, or you use pre-made kind of third person, first person bits of kit that come with the engine, like get something in engine, check it works, like make sure it's a playable thing that people can look at, and like play to your audience. If you're an incredibly stylized artist who makes cartoony looking things, you're probably not going to get hired on a photorealistic project. And the same as if your portfolio is entirely photorealistic and you're going to apply to stylized, there's probably a higher chance with that you could get hired on a stylized project. But people are they want the portfolio to dictate who you are and what it is you like to do and what you want to do. And that's another thing that comes up a lot in art is, what do you enjoy doing is the question that always freaked me out in an interview. And if you can show that in a portfolio, and show your strengths and what you're capable of, and people will take you more seriously, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes
It's
sense.
hard when you're quite new though, isn't it? Because a lot of the time, especially people coming out of uni or whatever, they're super early on in their careers, they still haven't had the chance to try out a lot of different things. I remember hedging my bets a lot with what I couldn't even decide if I wanted to do art or design or one thing that I've done, I don't know if this is good advice or not, is to just make multiple websites with like, here I'm a 2D artist and over here I'm a designer, and send that stuff in my applications. I think if you do want to hedge your bets, that's probably the better way to do it, because at least it still looks, quite focused. But I don't know, what do you think about, is it fair to expect people early on in their career to know what exactly they want to do?
Not really. I mean, I definitely agree. You don't have to decide straight. You shouldn't come out of whatever it is, whether that's you're working and studying part-time in terms of like, training yourself, whether you're at university or anything. I don't think you should ever really go in and be like, I'm going to be specifically this. If you did want to work for a AAA company, that's kind of what they look for a lot of the time, is very, very specialized. Like, you can be the rock. If you love foliage, you can do foliage forever and just be really good at foliage, and there will be a job for you in foliage if your foliage is that good.
Yep.
Same with rocks and terrain, and if you're a world artist or something, you focus in that way. I've definitely never been like a niche person. I say that I found out that environment art was a thing if you could do, and I got excited. That was kind of, I found excitement and joy in making those things. Because I did that, then it kind of led to other stuff, and it's almost you end up with a smorgasbord of kind of delicious artistic treats that you're like, oh, I can do this and I can do this and I can do this. But for a portfolio, people want to see, like, definitely want to see a finished piece. It doesn't have to be, you can spread it out. You can do a load of things in that piece, but there should be things in that that you can talk about technically and really sell to people. And exactly like you said, okay, you kind of want to give them a taste that's going to get you into interview, because then when you get into interview, it's so much easier to kind of get that stuff across.
Yep.
Whereas, you want to hint that as much as possible in your portfolio and be like, I know how to do this, and maybe don't have a graph breakdown of
Would
your
you like to know
substances or
more?
whatever. Yeah, exactly, right? Would you like to know more? And then they're going to come to you and ask you, and then you can explain it and share your love of it. But yeah, I would fill your portfolios with things that you like making and you enjoy making, unless you want to work for a specific company, in which case slam that style so hard that everyone can see a mile away that this is a photoreal kind of scene that's aimed in these kinds of companies or this kind of company. Otherwise, just enjoy yourself, and you should fill your portfolio with things you enjoy, but keep the quality high. Like, don't put things on your portfolio. You can have a blog or something that's going, but your portfolio should be kind of finalized pieces.
Yeah, I think
I could actually add quick as well. From a music point of view, at least when you're starting out, I think really important to compose to this, or to work. Hopefully, it crosses over to other disciplines, to work to the strengths of the tools you actually have. Because the gear I have now compared to what I had when I started is vastly different. And so if you're trying to do amazing orchestral music but you don't have the sounds to really back it up, then work to what the strengths you have. If you've got guitars around you, then use guitars. Don't sort of dive in on things, because in what we do, it's so important to be able to prove straight away that you can do something. So yeah, work to the strengths that you have at the time, and then start to grow tools and grow what you're doing with that as well.
I think it's perfectly okay not to know exactly what you want to do. So if I went back in time 5-6 years ago and said, you're going to be doing the UI and UX work for a game, I would have said, no, that's insane. I hate doing UI work. It sounds boring as hell, but now I love it. So I think it's perfectly okay to change your mind and grow into your job, but you need to get in through the door first. So that's where that sort of, you've got to hit the marks initially, but then you can grow as a person once you actually got through the door, if that makes sense. The next question is, how important is a degree when it comes to getting into the games industry? I think we should all raise hands as to see whether or not we have a degree. So let's do that now. However, one of the best producers I've ever worked with, ever in my entire life, does not have a degree, and a lot of people who I have met and worked in the industry with do not have degrees because their portfolios were really strong, or they had contacts and they knew people and were able to get in. I don't know if anyone's got any points to elaborate on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think my boss doesn't have a degree, so you can definitely, he worked at Lionhead for a long time, and then he's starting his third company, so you definitely can succeed without a degree, I think. I wouldn't say that it's something that I particularly look for when I'm looking at an applicant. The thing is that I'm looking at the work, and obviously the degree gives you the chance to make some work, right? That's what I think you really get out of the degree, is your portfolio. I don't think, or I don't know, maybe it's a bit different because the degree is now so different to when I did my degree. When I did my degree, it was quite early on for games degrees as a concept. So the stuff we learned was not the kind of stuff they learn now in the degrees is really useful stuff, right? Like they learn about free-to-play economies, they learn about all the tools that I never learned about. And I talk to my juniors, I'm like, oh man, I really wish I'd learned that stuff at university. But you know, the tech and the process and everything are changing all the time. So whatever you learn in your degree anyway is going to, you know, become obsolete in a few years. So you're always having to keep up, having to learn on the job. I think, you know, if you've been self-taught and you've had the chance to put together your portfolio, you've just got as good a chance as someone with a degree, personally.
Can I've got a thought on this, because I agree definitely. I've worked with some amazing artists and some amazing people in various roles who have never been to university, just grafted, got good. The key thing that I would say that is kind of the link to what they've done and university is they study, like they spend time like disciplining themselves, not in a weird way, to kind of learn the graft, to kind of put the time in to understand from an art perspective, to understand an artistic eye, or to understand layout, or to understand what makes that silhouette work and this one not, and things like that. You have to put time into it and just like learn as much as you can, because you're not gonna, if you're not doing a degree, you're not being forced to study and to academically break things down, which is one of the things that I got from my degrees, is like just having the time, and somebody gives you the thread and you pull it, and then it's the road that you go down. And if you're not studying, you have to do that yourself, and it's on you to try and better yourself and understand what it is you want to learn. So there's a lot more pressure. That's one thing I would say, is it's a lot harder. And also if you're working as well, because everyone I know who's done that, and I've done it myself, you've got to pay the bills, you've got to work, so you've got to find time for that, you've got to, you know, really set your time out for it. So it's graft. I mean, either way it's graft. One of them you end up with an amazing student debt, and the other one you're paying the bills, but you're putting all your free time into that thing. And the best artists I know are just the ones who just do it naturally, or just, it's not even natural ability, because a lot of people are worried about that. It's like, oh, you're so naturally talented. No, the best artists are people who just put the time in. I'm sure it's the same with music, right, James?
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a precedent for it. You know, people will always want to listen to your work first, but you do see sort of job roles for sound designers, and you know, the rare cases for music, it might be included as a, you know, an extra desirable but not a requirement. So it's something that I'll always put on my website, and you know, when I'm applying or talking to people about things, it's something I'll include. But yeah, the most important thing for me out of my degree was kind of getting that maturity and, you know, figuring out how things work.
Mm-hmm.
So does everyone, like, just a thought, but does everyone kind of think that it's a case of not just being able to do the thing, but being able to understand how and why you did the thing, and then being able to kind of, like, that's one thing that I got from studying and from just generally working, is being able to say, I did this, and the reason I did this is because of this.
Yep.
And in university, that's all you do all the time. It's not just I did a thing, I've got a block of paper to back me up that says why I did it. And because that gets hammered into you, and it's the same with artists who don't go to university, is they can tell you how they got there without just saying, I did a pretty picture. They can say, oh, I did this because of this, and I think this, and it's actually got a thought process to it.
Yeah, I think one of the things that when I moved from game design into tech design at the studio I'm at the minute, I hadn't learned Unreal at all. And I had like an initial interview where I told them I don't know Unreal at all, but they gave me the same test everyone else would. But my ability to just go and check online and research that I'd learned from university made it so then I could be like, yeah, this might be a bit rough and ready. The prototype is it works kind of, here you go. And I still got the job because I proved that I could go out and I could search for things, because that's what most programmers end up doing. They've got Google on one screen, Stack Overflow, and on the other screen they've got their Visual Studio. So like, if you can prove that you can go out and you can learn something, that's more invaluable than just knowing a thing. If you can go and show you can learn and adapt a new skill, because we're always changing and evolving in this industry, so being able to update your skills is really, really important.
Yeah, and that's what you're looking for, especially in a junior, isn't it? Because you know they're not going to know every piece of software. They're not going to be necessarily someone you can just throw in and they're going to suddenly know everything. You're looking really for, like, can they learn the stuff? Do they have the critical thinking? Have they understood something about, you know, what it takes to make games in whatever discipline they're in?
Yep.
Isn't that what the line in every application that says self-motivated takes the initiative is about? It's literally, I've got a problem, rather than bothering 10 people with the problem, can I just solve it? And if you can solve it, you've just saved a load of work for a bunch of people.
The next one would be any advice on how to present a game dev portfolio? So does anyone have any words of wisdom here for presenting a portfolio?
I do. I have many. I like to
Go
write
for
about
it, Kate.
and tell people about it. But I think my main one, I guess regardless of the discipline, is that the work is the star of the website, right? Because, or the portfolio. I'm assuming we're talking about websites here.
Yeah, a website, I guess, or I mean...
number one, get a good domain name and a good email for your website.
Yeah.
Number two, simple, clean, good usability. I'm not expecting a game designer to be necessarily a visual designer or a UX designer or UI designer, because, there's lots of different flavors of game designers. But I do expect them to have the eye to see what's good or bad, in terms of readability, just the simple basics. And I see them missing too often on game design portfolios, which is readability, good navigation, keep it simple. You don't need to do anything fancy with it. If you are a confident web designer, then fine. Then it's, your website is a good showcase for your design abilities. But if you're not, which is fine as game designer, just keep it simple and clean and make it about the work. Don't try to make your website something fancy. And just get feedback from people. There's so many people on Twitter or different social media, people in the industry who are always happy to give you feedback. I'm always happy to give people feedback. Try it on your friends and family. Just things like, do they understand how to navigate the site and how, what the case studies are saying and stuff like that. So I think treat it like you treat any design project, in terms of here are my goals for this. Here's my first version. Go out and get some feedback and keep iterating on it, because my portfolio is never finished, is it? Yep. I don't know how many times I've redesigned my portfolio. Probably at least 20.
I haven't for a while. I probably should get back to it at some point. How about you, James? What do you think?
Yeah, I'd say most importantly, because people are inundated with music composers, it's fair to say, you want to make it as simple and easy for people as possible. So you want to sort of deliver things with the least amount of clicks. One really important piece of feedback I've heard from people is, they'll post on a Facebook group or on Twitter. They're looking for people in audio, and they'll be inundated with replies, and people haven't even posted a direct link to their show reel. They've said DM me or whatever. No, you want to put things straight in front of people and just give them that ease of access. Sort of don't overdo it with the writing. Keep it as sort of concise to the point as you can, and just acknowledge people's time and that they're taking their time out to listen to your work or to review your work.
Do you have any useful websites or stuff that you use to host your music? It's SoundCloud.
Yeah, so I have a sort of domain name website, and then kind of everything's stitched together within that from YouTube, SoundCloud, and obviously you can sort of use everything separately as well, but it's best to start with the website and then have everything branch out from that.
Cool.
So, I'd say give someone one link, and then if they want to go further, they can do that from your website.
Okay. And Adam?
From an art perspective, put your art in and make sure it looks good. That's probably key. I mean, everyone has an art station nowadays. I did have an interview recently where somebody said, like, it was really nice because I've got my own website. It's very quaint. You have your own website. It was different, and apparently that was that was a thing. So it's not a bad idea to have your own domain. You can do your own stuff with it. It's going to cost you some money. So from a freelance perspective, you got to think about that. Yeah, I mean, for art, you've got to show what it is you want to do. You know, if you're a prop artist, show props. If you're a bit of a generalist, like I'm just a generalist, so my portfolio shows a bit of VFX. It shows some set dressing. It shows some model production. There's some photogrammetry in there, some stylized stuff. Like, if you're specifically into something, show it good, show a lot of it, show progression as well as good. People kind of want to just see the final thing. They don't really, the process is something they may come to, but most of the time they're going through like cases. You get applications all the time, right? You've probably got like 150 on the backlog, and you've got to go through those. How many are you going to get through in a day? So yeah, hit them hard, hit them fast with the art. Nothing wrong with an art station. It's a really good way of doing it. It can show stuff. The only problem is like there's the scroll factor in that. Are they going to scroll down it? People might not open, like a 3D viewer or something. They may just look for the 2D stuff. So yeah. Put the stuff that's going to sell it at the top of the page, and then you can have the functions and stuff underneath. But people are going to go mainly from that initial wow factor of like, oh, that's interesting, or oh, what's this, and things like that. Like, you got to catch them, hook them fast in a portfolio.
It's another, would you like to know more kind of instance.
Exactly, it's that all over again, right? It's that looks shiny and it looks kind of cool. Let's look a little bit deeper into that. This is interesting. Oh, you actually know what you're doing. And that's generally what happens to get you into interview.
That makes sense. So the next one is, how do I find my first job when mostly everything is either senior or a lead position? And on top of that, a tangent from that, I'm gonna sort of elaborate on that and say, what about jobs that always require X number of years of experience in the games industry? So we'll start with the first bit of, are all the jobs seniors and leads? Because I don't think they are. I think it's a case of they're looking in the wrong places.
Do you want to take this first?
Go for it.
It says it's got so many years experience, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't apply. Like, number of jobs in my life I've got where you chance it, and you should go for it and apply, because the worst that happens is you get nothing back. Whereas if you don't apply, then you never even tried. And the number of jobs I've got into where it was like, we need this. And I'm like, well, I kind of do that. And I understand this. And I say that in my cover letter. Like, I may not be the perfect candidate for you, but I do know these things and I'm willing to learn and I want to go there. And it's always put me in good stead. And yeah, I mean, if it's like, think about the job, like, look at the job itself, right? Sorry, I had to think about that for a sec. Look at the job itself. Do you think you can do that job? If it's running 15 international teams and you've never run one, probably don't do it. But if it's like a solo job where you're like, well, actually, I think I can do that, you should apply for it, because you never know. It may be that the one person there, like, you know what, we got a chance here to get someone in, and if you're starting out and you're a junior, you may be a bit cheaper as well. That's not a great thing, but that is a selling point sometimes. So it's just good to apply. I've applied for jobs where they're like, we were going for a bit of a more senior job role, but actually we've decided that this and this you could just do, so we'll hire you for it. And that's happened, a few times.
I've had the same, so that's quite normal. I was going to say that I tend to find that they put those requires X number of years on as just a bit of boilerplate that HR put on at the end. So I find that it's best to disregard it and just sort of go for it if you think you can do it. What do you think, Kate?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of sympathy for this problem, because as I said, I found it very hard after uni to similar thing, to find that first, someone who's like willing to take a punt on you as your first job when you just trying to get your foot in the door. And I think it is quite competitive. I think, now it's probably even more so, because there are so many courses now specializing in game design and game art, whereas before that wasn't such a thing. So I think there is a higher number of graduates coming out of those degrees wanting to get into those entry-level jobs. So I think it can be quite hard. It is demoralizing when, you send a lot of applications, you don't not only you don't get taken forward, but a lot of the time it's very hard to get feedback. And I would definitely recommend try and get feedback anytime you can.
Yeah.
I think for me, you know, the way that I got in the end was through a bit of a side route of going through app startups and doing UX. I had no idea what UX was, by the way. When I got my first job, I went to a jobs fair, Silicon Milk Roundabouts, jobs fair in London, that used to be startups, not really startups anymore, and just talked to some people, and I was like, oh, that sounds vaguely like game design. I guess I could give that a go. So I would definitely say be open to working at smaller companies that are not necessarily, you know, your end goal company, or even slightly in a bit of an industry that's not games. Like if you build up experience in other areas of design, in software or web or something like that, you know, you can then transfer those skills over to games. So I think if you come into it with the mindset of I just want to work at this one AAA company that I love, then, you know, you will probably find it hard to go straight into that. So you need to remain open to what kind of opportunities you could learn from, that even if it's not your first choice. And as well, just going to, you know, typical things, going to events, go and meet people, make connections, reach out to people, because I think all the time people are always happy to, you know, if someone says to me they want to buy me a coffee at a conference for a chat about something, I'm always up for it.
Yeah. James, so this one's slightly different. I'm going to pose this slightly differently to you, I guess, because of the
kind of answer it in a way, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, first of all, to say it's completely unrealistic that you'll work on a AAA as your first gig in what I do. So it's really about just getting out there and meeting as many people as you can. However, sort of in terms of more generalized audio and that, every year you're seeing more and more sort of internships and things like that. I know Rare do audio internships. So yeah, but there are sort of entry-level routes and things like that with those kinds of companies. So you've got to be sort of proactive, get out there, talk to people, and look online as well for the opportunities that are out there.
I was going to add to all this, be prepared to move around. Like, you can't just stay in the place where you did university or where you really want to be. You have to be prepared to move in this industry, unfortunately. I've been around the country quite a bit now because of moving to different jobs, and I think you can't just expect to stay sedentary, unfortunately. So be prepared to look at jobs not in this country as well. You got to just look everywhere, because the opportunities are there, and there are definitely juniors being hired because we hire them a lot. So you just need to keep looking. So the next question is, what are the positions that are over applied for and under applied for, if you know? Because none of us are HR managers or recruiters, so we don't know necessarily, but I know Adam's got a thought about this.
Okay, from the art perspective, the hardest jobs to get that are going to kind of be like long-term work or like lots of work is character artist. Everyone wants to be a character artist. There's loads of character artists. I know some really amazing character artists who will blow your mind, and they struggle every now and again to find work, and they'll get in the studio and they won't leave, and that's, you know, they'll stay there until they can move on. Some character artists make film quality, insane things that you will look at, and they're hired all the time because their work is just that caliber.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of people want to be character artists. There's a lot of people want to be concept artists. Concept doesn't tend to work the way you think it does. Like, it would be great to have concept for everything. I'd love it if before I got in somewhere there was a concept Bible that had everything in it. That's not really the way it works, especially in small teams. We rarely have, like, I work a lot from sketches. I get a lot of pencil sketches or kind of line work. Sometimes not even that, like reference stuff like that. But I know concept art isn't something that you're going to get for a whole project, because your concept may be at the start, and then you freewheel it from there, and you've got the design like milestones set, and you know what it's going to be like, so you roll it from there. So concept art is awesome, and if you're a concept artist, you can make it work, that's amazing, but you have to work hard for that. I know there's a lot of people who want to be concept artists. So character and concept, I know, is pretty round. The things that aren't, if anyone is interested in that as well, is
Absolutely.
the technical. Yeah, it's more technical art roles. So like being a jack of all trades like I am, I can do some interaction, I can do some blueprinting in Unreal, some prefab work, or some basic text. So if you're a bit like that, then that's great. You're way more hireable. Environment's good. Again, it depends what you're going for, because environments are like huge in games. Like, unless you're making something that's based in the stadium, in which case you're probably making the different stadium parts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are so many environments in games. I'm not saying everyone needs to go out and be an environment artist, because if you don't like doing that, don't do that. It won't get you any points. Like 7 years into it and you don't enjoy it, it's not worth it. But yeah, I mean, from an art perspective, there's lighting, there's texture work, there's just modeling in general, there's animation. People love animation. There's technical rigging. There's all this kind of stuff. Like, games art is so broad. If you just want to draw two-dimensional stuff, you're going to have to do way more than just concept for games. If you want to be a character artist, you've got to have the look. You've got to have it. It's got to look amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you want to get into stylized stuff, you can do loads of stylized things. Stuff like that. It's harder to get into, but you've just got to make sure it's there in your portfolio. So yeah, look into other roles than just game art. There's so many little roles and things like that. And learn a little bit of tech. It doesn't hurt.
I know tech art is massively undersubscribed because we find it so hard to get tech artists.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're good with particles and things like that and shaders, that black magic, then you're going to find you'll get jobs much quicker than everyone else will.
Someone who can make me a wonderful shader that does the thing I need to means I don't have to do the thing.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. It just does it. So it's wonderful.
I'm not sure what it's like in sound design. James, do you know much about?
Yeah, well, I mean, so I can definitely say, obviously, anything creative is oversubscribed, and again, it's technical. So if audio programmers are worth their weight in gold,
Mm-hmm.
And if you're starting out from an early age, if you can at least sort of demonstrate an interest in those fields and the more technical side of things. So it's not just can you make a great piece of sound for sound design, can you implement it into a game as well? And so all those tools are kind of free to go and download and do the tutorials. There's tutorials of real games. Limbo, there's a sort of sound design and audio implementation tutorial. So if you can at least early on be proactive in looking for those kinds of things, then you'll jump ahead of 90% of the people in the queue.
I had no idea that was a thing. That's quite cool though. Awesome.
Wise, 2 Ws, Wise, and Fmod, I guess, are the 2 industry standard tools for that.
Is it Wise? I always call it Wise.
Yeah, we're Wise. We're wizards, we're Wise, yeah.
How about you, Kate? What do you think from like a design perspective? Because
I mean, I don't know if I would say it's oversubscribed. I can only really speak to the kind of hiring I've been involved with at Moji Works. Obviously, we're a mobile company. We work on free-to-play games, mostly for Snapchat at the moment and other chat platforms. So, hopefully if people look at our website and understand what we do, they would understand the kind of skills that we would look for from a designer. But the things that I tend to see that I suppose confuse me a little bit, because I think either maybe they don't quite understand the type of stuff we make. It's either narrative design. So I would say for us that's a bit oversubscribed because we don't really do any narrative in our games. So I think people wanting to be more, and I guess it is again more the creative side, wanting to write or be narrative designers. And level design as well sometimes comes up quite a lot. And again, it's not super relevant to the kind of thing that we do. And I can't imagine, I mean, it depends. Obviously, if you're making sort of certain types of mobile games, you would still have that. But for the kind of stuff we do, that's not really something we would specifically be looking for. I think the things that are more likely to give you an edge, always the technical stuff, I think is a bonus. I think UX design is, a big topic in games at the moment. So if you can come to game design and you can show that you have a good understanding of UX, or if you want to sort of go towards that direction, that's a great thing to get into at the moment. Or free to play, anything relating to free to play, economy design, that type of thing. That's something that we find quite difficult to find people who know a lot about that side of things.
Yeah, I probably basically agree with you on all that stuff. I tend to get headhunted by technical design jobs all the time compared with normal design jobs, and I think everyone likes the idea of being a game designer, even though they don't fully understand and comprehend what stuff you do during the day, which doesn't tend to be much in terms of game design. So I think, if you've got that technical skill or you've got a technical edge in any field, you're probably going to go further than you would if you didn't have that technical skill, especially as a junior, because they'll be like, oh, this person knows how to make the computer do things. Let's get them quickly. So yeah, that's that one. Next one is, how much training do you get before being expected to perform like the rest of the team when hired into an entry-level position? So I guess we've all probably had experiences of this. James, have you had experiences of this kind of thing?
Not in an in-house role, so I mean it's just learn on the job for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, if you're lucky enough to get hired for something and then you sort of learn to make as few mistakes as possible, you know, everything's kind of short deadline based for me. You know, can I deliver sort of 5 minutes of music in a sort of couple of weeks or a month, and then deliver the next? You know, everything's kind of delivering assets in PAX. So can I get through the next deadline without making those mistakes, and then move on to the next one, kind of.
So you never really had that sort of like nice safety net of being eased into the job compared with everyone else.
No,
I guess that's
just
the problem with freelancers. No, there's no safety net. But yeah, okay. How about you, Kate? What was your experience of like initially getting into the industry?
I think it was, well, I didn't really
Oh,
go into like a junior role initially. Like, so I was kind of starting my own company and then going, I guess I started as a junior UX designer. And yeah, I wouldn't say, if you're coming in as a junior rather than an intern, I wouldn't expect to necessarily have like a period of training. But obviously the company that's hiring you, they have their expectations set according to your level of seniority, right? So they don't expect you to hit the ground running with everything. They probably expect to have to support you a lot and to have oversight and probably to micromanage you a little bit in, you know, for, I guess, I don't know what you guys would say. I would say a year or two being junior before hopefully taking on like substantially more responsibility. But in the beginning, you know, you get given small bits of responsibility, right? That basically whoever's managing you knows if that doesn't go well, it doesn't matter that much.
yeah.
And yeah, you know, every company will have some different tools. We don't use Unity or Unreal. We're using Play Canvas, so I wouldn't expect someone to come in necessarily knowing how to use Play Canvas, knowing how to really use any of the specific software, for game design. So we definitely support people with learning that stuff. But yeah, we wouldn't consider it like a training period, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How about you, Adam? How was your first entry into the...
That was my first entry into the thing. I don't know when it comes to how long you got to train. The thing is, you've got 3-month probation wherever you end up going. And
Oh, it's 6 months.
what?
Yeah.
Well,
Be careful. You're on
you heard it
you're
here
a tightrope.
first.
You're a tightrope.
Oh, so yeah, I usually get three months probation, and the problem you got in that, from what I experienced, was I had like a week. So, and then I had to be making stuff. But the thing is, when you're a junior, you end up doing slog jobs. So you do all the you'll do the thing that has to be done 150 times.
Yeah.
And you'll just do that over and over and over again. And then from that, you'll have learned X, Y, Z. And then you'll know how to do that. So they can give you something else that you can do that's a bit more advanced. And you go from there. And then you might find that in the 3rd or 4th week, they give you something that's a bit like, that pushes you to see what you want. I don't think anyone ever structures it. It would be great if companies did have like a structured, for a week you're doing this, and then for another week you're doing this, and then we're going to give you the hard job, and we'll see how you do on that, and then we can see if we need to train you more or not. But most of the time it's, hey, this is our game. This is great. And you're like, oh, this is cool. And then like, here's the system we need you to do. And you go, okay, I'll do that. And you do the thing, and then like a week later, you're doing that thing, and it's all going in game. Like, because you're very unlikely to get hired as a junior at the beginning of the game. You're probably going to come in like halfway into production or at a key point where they need people that can just grunt through these jobs. Yeah. Because a junior job is very much like, yeah, we need this done 250 times and these things to go here. And you go, wicked. So yeah, 2 weeks to 3 months.
Yeah,
that's how long it takes.
As well on design, you're quite likely, I don't know, for other disciplines as well, quite likely to be given some QA to start off with. Just play the game, find some bugs, play this level 100 times. You know, that's probably where you're going to be starting. Not for a long time, but, you know, the first week introduction. Because, as you say, you're often coming onto an existing project. That's the best way to get to know the project.
We have a pretty decent onboarding, like, plan at Dambuster in that you start you start in first week with this big wiki page that tells you everything you got to do to log into your computer, set up everything you need to do. So you're just left to crunch through that for a couple of days, and then for the first 3 months you tend to be on like half the amount of work you would normally get. And then after 3 months, you then have a meeting with your lead and also HR to go through how it went, how you're feeling about the job, and then you go up to a full timetable of work. And then those next 3 months are essentially you just settling in and working as a proper person within the department. So we have a 6 month sort of, you go from the start of it not having anything to at the end working basically at a junior level of work. And then you'll be doing that for like 2 years before then you get promoted to like a regular position normally. So I'd like to say our onboarding system's pretty good.
It's pretty great.
Yeah, it exists, which is great. And I guess each department has its own little sort of like tweaks and changes to the onboarding system as well. So like the engineering department has a lot more setting up Visual Studio and all that kind of thing initially, but design's more, here's Word, make design go do thing. So yeah, I think one of the things that I remember in my initial starting job feeling really inadequate in the first couple of like months, and I had this chat with the HR manager, and she said that one of the things that tends to happen at whatever job you start at, you always feel inadequate in the first couple of months because you don't feel like you belong, and you're sort of having to like deal with that as a person. I don't know if anyone else has experienced that feeling of being out of their depth when they first start at a company.
Yeah, I think that's pretty normal.
Yeah.
With every job or music, like how the hell do I do this again?
When it comes to the freelancing stuff, do you find that it happens every time you start with a new like?
Yeah, every new project there's like
Jeez.
imposter syndrome, and you know, I've like Hans Zimmer said, it's like reaching down a well, and is there going to be any water down there the next time you go to take some more?
Yeah, this is why I like being in a job full stable, because you don't have that very often. How about you, Adam? Have you experienced that kind of thing?
Yeah, loads. I mean, there's like in art, there's always this thing that's like you walk in, you say, well, I'm obviously good enough that they're paying me for this, or they want me to be here. But then there's the little voice in the back of your head that's like, they're gonna find out. They're gonna find out you're awful and you're terrible at this. And you're like, but I've published stuff. Things got made, and it's like it never goes away. It's like the imposter syndrome is real deal. I've spoken to people who are like 20 years deep in industry and they still feel it, where they're like, I'm just a hack. Nobody knows, they don't realize what a massive hack I am. You're
like, the facade has gone on too long.
Yeah, exactly, right? When's the mask going to fall off? They're going to realize I'm a lizard person and I can't do this, and it's yeah, I don't think that ever goes away. And also I think it's healthy. I think as long as you're not like having major health or mental break issues, that's something you might want to look into. If it's causing you like serious issues, maybe look into that. But it is a healthy thing to feel that way, because I definitely know artists I've worked with, the ones who are like, I'm amazing, I'm the best artist ever, are not the artists you want to work with.
Yeah.
So
go on, Kate.
So you want to feel like you're a little bit out of your comfort zone, right? Not so much that it's causing you anxiety, but enough that you know that you're challenging yourself, and I guess if you want to grow, if you want to just be comfortable, that's fine. But if you really want to grow and progress, you need to know that you're a little bit uncomfortable with what you're doing.
We have one more question, and then I'm going to move on to a secret surprise topic, because I realised we've got about 15 minutes left, and I realised we've talked about getting the door sort of ajar, but we haven't actually talked about the bit where you get through the door. So I think that's probably the next thing to talk about. But the next question was, what kind of not game-specific software should be learned? I'm going to move this on as well as what kind of skills should you know that aren't just software? What kind of things are really important to be known by you to be in the industry? So we'll start with James for this, I think.
Yeah, I'd say people skills for me. Like can you sort of go out and meet people and just be a nice human being? And it's really sort of networking is described as making friends. Can you go out and just have a genuine conversation with people without sort of mentioning what you do and that you're trying to get hired? So yeah, people skills, and then I guess from a more technical point of view, I'd say sort of your sort of basic web design. And you don't have to be a web developer. My website's just Wix, but you can piece everything together and make it look a bit creative at the same time, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Two for me, I guess, outside of audio.
How about you, Kate?
Yeah, in terms of tech, like non-games tech, I mentioned version control is definitely useful. I wouldn't say you have to know it, because most of us still don't, and even those that still seem to only understand about 10% of it, because it seems like quite a big mystery. But the more you know about that would definitely help. And stuff like putting presentations together, kind of obvious, but you're always going to need to do that on design. Otherwise, yeah, soft skills wise, I think kind of collaboration is a big one for design. And I think there's something when you come out of university, again, I'm talking about university, if you come from that background, or maybe kind of work on your own as a designer, you have the feeling like you have to be able to justify all your decisions, right? Because that's kind of what we're taught about design, which is good. We do need that skill, but it can also tend you towards this habit of getting quite defensive with your designs and feeling like if someone questions it, well, I have a reason. Because, that's what I had to do at university. I had to stand up, talk about the design, the lecturer asks you, why did you do that? And I say, well, I had a good reason, and that's how you get the marks. But in a real job, you actually need to really learn how to listen to feedback properly. You're always, design especially, you're always going to get feedback from everybody. Everybody in the company probably has an opinion about design.
Everyone is a critic.
Your parents have an opinion. Your parents that you show it to have an opinion. Everyone will have an opinion about your design work. So that's just the nature of it. And I think the skill of taking feedback graciously and also learning how to filter that, which stuff is or isn't relevant. That's, to me, that's one of the hardest parts about design, and that's the skill that you're probably going to spend your whole career refining.
Yep.
So,
I agree with you there. And how about you, Adam?
Non-games, you're going to have to learn some kind of photo editing software. I don't know. I don't want to drop any big names or anything. You can figure out. So yeah, being able to make images and paint images, and it doesn't matter what software you use. To be honest, when it comes to software in the games industry, actually you can get upskilled in like 2 weeks into another piece of software. Just make sure you know your software as well as you can, and that you can demonstrate you can use it. Out of games industry software, like painting tools. It's always good to, people always appreciate it if you can use a camera. It's a weird one. It comes around more than you think. Like understanding how a camera works is actually like nuts. So if you can get your hands on a DSLR, you can use any kind of camera that has actual lenses. That's always useful. Art is ingesting art. Go watch things. Read stuff. Like, it's one of the things that I find most interesting, especially in games artists, is you can tell somebody's inspirations, and they talk about it all the time and stuff like that. So have loves and joys and things like that. And going to those, like interpersonal skills and what's important there. Being pleasant is great, because you're going to have to spend time with these people. So if you're just, just don't be a nasty person. Try and be nice so you can work with people. And you all want to do the same thing. You want to make something. Also be able to communicate like clearly. I have worked with and have been the introverted, quiet artist. You obviously don't want to be shouting like Liza Minnelli, but at the same time, you don't want to be like this really quiet person. Be able to communicate why you did a thing, and don't be aggressive. Exactly what Kate said. Like, it's a product. When you're in industry, it's going to get made, and people have opinions, and you have to go with what people say.
Yep.
And there was one more which it's on the tip of my tongue. No, it's gone.
That's all right.
Yeah, cut that one out.
You have to be willing to throw stuff away a lot as well, right? You're always iterating. That's why I say about the feedback, because you can't take the feedback as you did it wrong. It's just part of the process that you have to get used to, iterating all the time on things, and you can't be precious about it.
Yeah, it's worth being able to just throw away an idea and not worry about it as much. Like I used to work as a prototyping designer, so all I did was make ideas and then throw them into a bin. So I got very good at just going, like, people were, oh, I'm sorry, I know this is your idea, but can we change it? I'm like, nah, it's fine, don't worry about it, it's cool. I'm chill, because at this point I don't care. But yeah, learning that skill.
As a freelancer as well, if you're not doing what's, if they don't like what you've done, then you haven't done your job, basically. So handle sort of rejection / alterations and things like that. And yeah, let it go. Don't take it personally. Just figure out what they do want and move on.
I see a lot of juniors get very stressed out and defensive and irritable when things don't quite go their way early on in their careers. And I don't say they get they get a little bit jaded, but they I guess their sharp edges round off over time because they start realizing that it's not all about getting your way. It's about building the product together and working together as a team. So I think as time goes by, if you can get in early and do that early, it'll be a lot less stressful and a lot less upsetting for you in those first couple of years if you can just sort of get over yourself. So I think it's important to be able to do that.
Yeah, I think design as well, you have to realise that stuff can sound great on paper and then you put it in the game and you're like, oh, that's not fun. You've got to chuck it away. Whether that's you, it's better that you can evaluate that stuff and say, actually, what I've made isn't fun, because it's always harder to hear it from someone else on the team saying, you've made something that's not fun. But either way, that's, once it's in the game, that speaks a lot more than the paper that you'd written it down on. So,
it's worse when you see it being not fun and slowly getting more and more made and you're like, this isn't fun, and it's because they're developing it away from you. You're just watching it become less fun until it's made, and then everyone's like, this isn't fun, and I'm like, well, yeah, I kind of got that as soon as it started getting made. So yeah, you've got to be able to communicate, and I think it's important to also be able to say what you think in a way where you know where to pick your battles. I think that's an important thing to do and learn to do when you're like a junior. Is I know a lot of people start and they'll want to fight every battle and be there to sort of be like, this, I'm really passionate about this game, so I really want it to go well, so I'm going to be there to sort of like fight every single battle that there is, and you'll find that you just run out of energy. Whereas you should probably just pick the ones where you think you're going to make the maximum impact for the amount of energy you're putting in. So I think that's something.
It also reflects upon you as a worker, right? Because if you think, you always want to, I always try and think, if someone was acting this way, the way that I'm acting right now or whatever, would I listen to them? And if you're manic and like, but I love it, I love this so much, it's the best thing ever, it has to stay, and if it doesn't stay, then I'll and you're just like, it's a product. You can really enjoy bits, but to fall in love with elements of it when we work in an industry where they're going to just cut those elements out, which happens all the time. Like, and as you say, the things people don't know on the day-to-day in the games job, some of the things you love will be cut out of the game. You just get used to that. You don't want to become jaded, but you have to understand that if the game has to be made and your amazing design, this chunk here that's never going to go into the game, it's because it has to be finished and we need to get it out, and it has to be as good as we can.
And there's always the next game. There's always the next game you can put it into, so it's not too much of a problem.
Or if you're in free to play, there's always the next update.
Exactly. There's always there's always the next update.
Thursday update is always the best.
Thursday update. So I guess the final thing to talk about now that you've opened the door is slightly ajar. It's the interview. So I guess in this last few minutes, we should go around and have our tidbits and wisdom about interview. But I guess with James, you'll be, how do you get your clients? That's always important.
Yeah, I suppose for me, it's less like you've never broken through. You're constantly breaking through by expanding your network and meeting more people and that. So yeah, that's my angle, I guess.
So it's just always meeting new people is the best way to do it.
Yeah, and just, doing something here leads to something over there just by complete coincidence, or one thing that I've done recently has been video game documentaries, and that's been amazingly helpful in terms of networking and just so can you diversify into something that's still within games is such a broad thing now that you could be doing art for a video game podcast or a YouTube series or something like that. Like, you can still be getting your name out there by doing other things within games that aren't exactly games, I guess.
Yeah. How about you, Kate? Thoughts on interviews?
Pretty much all the stuff we just talked about, show that in your interview, right? So if you're asked a question you don't know the answer, you don't give them loads of BS about stuff generally. If they call you out on something you don't know, it's okay. Make it more of it should be a conversation as well, right? Like, I want to see that they can that person can take feedback or can take suggestions or can say that they don't know something, and talk about how they would go and figure it out if they don't know. And I think as well, always thinking about who you're making the game for. Like, all of these things you can bring into interview. Talk about how you would research a problem, how you would break down a problem. You don't have to know about the specific problem they're asking you about to talk about how you would approach it or what your process would be. I think being open and not coming across like you think you already know everything, because spoiler alert, if you're new in the industry, you don't know everything. Your interviewer knows that you don't know everything, so if you pretend you do, you're not fooling anyone, and you don't need to fool anyone, because that's not what they're expecting. They just, like I said, they want to see that you're a nice person, that you can collaborate, that you can teach yourself things and all that sort of stuff.
Oddly enough, we actually have two stages to our interview. So we have an HR interview initially, just to check you're an all right person, before we have the actual proper interview afterwards. So you've got to go in and actually have like an initial, are you a good person, or are you not a nice person who thinks they know everything, before you even get to the proper interview. So it's important to get across that you're a decent-ish person, or at least are very able to pretend that you're a decent-ish person. How about you, Adam?
That's funny. I just had one of those interviews, strangely enough. And it was good. It was great. I enjoyed it because
I like them.
I think it's good.
Yeah, it feels like they actually care about getting the right people in terms of not just the skills, but the actual their ability to be a community, like be nice.
Yeah. Well, I think everyone's hit the nail on the head, to be honest. But it's mainly in games. Remember, you're working in teams. It's not you. You are not special. You're like, especially if you're a junior, it's the way, like, there's going to be lots of people around who can do that job. There's lots of people who can do this kind of thing. The reason they've asked you for interview, and the thing is, like, 60% of the effort to get a job is getting that interview, and then the final 40%, and I've heard this years ago, my old lecturer said it, is smashing out the park and showing that you're a great person and that you're really into it. Like, lose any smugness, lose any ego. You are just an amorphous blob. You're going to do whatever it is they need to make this game, and you really want to learn it, and you're super excited. At the same time, don't explode like a ball of energy, like, like, because you'll feel like that in interview. You'll feel like you're all bound up. Breathe, like breathing. You don't have to tell all the information in one go. They're going to ask you questions you don't know the answer to. Exactly what Kay said. Chill. Just say, you know what? I don't know that. The other thing that I would say to artists is an interview, hey, you know that thing in your portfolio that you hate? Yeah, they're going to call you out on that, all right? Because that's just the way it works. You'll be like, maybe they won't see the incredibly ugly blah that I left in there. They will see the incredibly ugly blah, and they will ask you about it. I remember having an interview where somebody once said, yeah, it's pretty good for a Quake level, which was not a great interview, I'll tell you now. And I was just like, okay. And they said, well, I do want to upscale to this. And then we had a great conversation about what I was going to do next, all this. And I didn't get the job. But they are going to call you out on your BS. They're going to, anything that you're like, I think this is weak. Don't have like a quick-witted answer. Just have an answer. And it is a conversation, exactly. They're not deities that are going to drag you to Valhalla or something. Just people looking to hire somebody to do the job. So just be a genuine person who's as positive as can be. And yeah, like, don't drink too much coffee beforehand.
God, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, don't do that. Or go for don't go to McDonald's beforehand either.
Oh yeah.
Smell like
About
McDonald's.
other companies. I had a guy once who I met at a jobs fair who was just like, I'm just looking for a games company that's not terrible. Is your games company terrible? Because I just think most games companies are terrible. I was like, well, that's not exactly for word what he said, but pretty much what he said. And, like, if you bring that kind of attitude about other companies, why would I think that I want you to work at my company? The other thing I was going to say was just classic one, but research the company, whatever you can find out, look at the social media, play the games. I mean, okay, it's not always possible, but we're on mobile, like, the games are free to find. Maybe you don't have an iPhone that you need, borrow one, just find a way, if you possibly can, to have a look at the games or find some videos or something, because, like, they're going to want to talk about that in an interview.
Yeah, you probably should have researched it when you're doing your initial, like, cover letter and stuff, and because you're going to want to say, like, for example, when I applied for Dambuster, I was like, I'm really looking for, I like Nottingham. I was born there. I'd love to go move back to Nottingham, that kind of thing. I talked about that in my HR interview initially to show that I was committed to move to Nottingham if I was to get the job. So that kind of thing is really useful, and knowing the history of the company is really good too, especially with Dambuster being like initially Free Radical, then Crytek, and now Dambuster eventually. That kind of knowing that kind of history will create that conversation and mean that you've actually given a crap about the company you're going to go work for. So
again, this classic thing for asking questions. I always like it when candidates ask me things like, what is your planning process like? Or, I mean, this is kind of a bit of like process nerd, but, or they want to know more about the culture, or they want to know more about anything really, like just to see that they have things that they're looking for and they're trying to figure out if you're a match. Because what I don't want to feel like is I'm interviewing someone, even if it's true, which it may well be if you're really early on, someone who would just literally take any job. I want to feel like they feel we're a good fit for them as much as they're a good fit for us.
Yep.
And sometimes if you get the vibe of, they really don't care where they work, they just want any job, that's kind of off-putting in that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've had a couple of AAA interviews, which I didn't get. With smaller companies, you won't get this as much because you just hit the ground running. But with AAA companies, I tended to get the question, what is it you enjoy doing? And I'll tell you, when you're after any job, that is the scariest question in the world because it feels like it's laced. It feels like it's like, oh, if I don't say I like that, they're not going to. And it could be the case, could not. But like, know who you are and know where you would like to go. And feel free to say that if they ask you, because there's nothing wrong with that. Unless you're like, never say, I want to be the ideas person. That's the one thing nobody wants to hear, right? I want to write the ideas, because that's not a job. And
I've had that job and it was horrible.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was miserable. It was one of the worst jobs I've ever had. It was just coming up with PowerPoints and prototypes every day and seeing them get blown up. So it
doesn't exist in art. There's no ideas.
Not
people in art.
Not a fun job. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourselves. You won't enjoy it because you'll just see your ideas get murdered and you'll go mad. So
The one last thing I would say is don't talk about the job you're not going for. Don't say you really enjoy another job, because then they'll think that you should be doing that job. That's actually one I've had a couple of times. I really enjoy this aspect of blah. And it's like, well, that's not the job. And you're like, okay.
I really enjoy game design when applying for a QA job, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we have pretty much done our hour now of talking, which it's been pretty fun, hasn't it? It's been pretty eye-opening. I hope everyone who watches this on the stream find this useful and their chat is full of nice comments rather than horrible ones. We'll see. But I'll now have everyone plug themselves. So I'll start with Adam. Feel free to plug yourself as a person.
Hello, I'm Adam Coburn. I'm a freelance artist working with Niantic. My Twitter handle is @KirbyChup, like Chupa Chup, but Kirby Chup. And that's probably the best way to get hold of me.
And Kate?
Yeah, I'm Kate Kellick. You can find me on Twitter. I'm @the3rd_Kate on Twitter. Mojiworks is hiring. We're like pretty much always hiring, so you can check us out, mojiworks.com.
And James?
Yeah, so James LC Music is pretty much me for everything. So that's Twitter and my website, jameslcmusic.com. Anyone in audio wants to sort of contact me through there, send me a message, then get in touch. I can try and answer anything else for you.
Cool. I'm Sean Oxspring. I am game designer at Dambuster. We're working on Dead Island at the minute. And my Twitter is @OxyOxspring. And we're also hiring as well, so check out our careers page. Thank you, everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on this evening.
Game begin.
What on earth is a global digital event, I hear you ask? Well, allow me to enlighten you. This event is a gathering of hot gaming content that you would have been able to see at PAX West in Seattle, PAX Australia in Melbourne, or EGX in London in September, before COVID changed the world in what, let's be honest, is a storyline from a video game. In fact, it's bound to spawn many post-viral games in the near future. We'll be hunting through the city streets, crafting masks from animal hides, and all while still on furlough. Instead, you can sit at home and take in all the delights of a truly global event, enjoying the food from your kitchen at a reasonable price, and have a seat guaranteed all day. Amazing! At this event, you'll be able to poke around over 200 booths on the show floor. and have a deep dive into some great curated content you might not have seen before. And it's all in one place, like a show. Just have a click around and discover stuff, then click further and discover more stuff. The show floor, or Expo Hall if you're speaking American, is just part of the event we're presenting. On top of the Expo Hall, we also offer you some of the highlights of any PAX or EGX show. Tons of brilliant panels. You'll be able to visit the site, paxegx.com, and navigate your way via the show floor to the massive schedule. It's like a Glastonbury festival of gaming, with massive headline acts and loads of interesting things to watch in the meantime. There will always be something great in there just for you. The Daily Wrap from Virgin Media, presented at 5:30 UK time each day. This will be brought to you by a mix of the brilliant teams at Outside Xbox and Outside Extra, Eurogamer, and Rock Paper Shotgun. They'll highlight the hotspots from the show day that's just happened and look forward to what's coming up next, all using boss-level broadband for gamers. Meet up on Discord. We all know that hanging out with your friends is a really important part of going to an event. Meeting people you already know, making new friends, and hanging out. The Left Field Collection is a must-see for attendees looking for the new, unique, and challenging works going on in games. This is a platform for titles and projects that like to do things a little differently, and promises to always have something interesting to check out. With over 100 indie titles at this year's show, there's going to be tons to discover. There are loads of other features, including speedrunning, cosplay, some interesting limited edition retail opportunities, and board games, with loads of videos from our partners at Dicebreaker. Exclusive event merch! What with this being the first time we've done a standalone digital event, this merch will be very limited edition. Show off to your friends with a fetching new hat at a distance of 2 meters or greater, or grab something special for a loved one or hated enemy. The shop's live now, and you can find it on this site or by searching for the EGX store. And if it's PAX merch you're after, you can search for that too. That's a taste of what to look out for while you're strolling around the digital show floor. There's loads of hot gaming content to come over the next few days. Some of it's live now, and some will be going live later, so be sure to check out all the booths to find out more. Oh, and don't worry if you miss a panel. Everything is going to be uploaded soon after to the EGX YouTube channel. But, you know, always better to see it first, right? In the meantime, here are some of the things to keep an eye on.
Alright, hi guys, welcome to our EGX digital panel. I'm Sammy McEwen and I'm joined by Natalie Winter, and we're going to be discussing freelancing in games, things you should know. It's just the two of us for now, so it's going to be a bit of a casual back and forth.
More of a fireside chat than a panel.
Oh yeah, exactly, yeah. So I guess I'll ask you questions, Nat, but just feel free to chat about your experience in freelance. I suppose I'll start with, how did you get into freelancing?
So I am within games. I'm an actor, a voice actor, and a director. So I do lots of bits and pieces, all of which are freelance by nature. Acting does not tend to be a long contract job unless you get like hired to be on a series or something like that. But in terms of voices for games, even if you get hired to be in a game where there's a lot of sessions, it's still freelance. It's still like session by session that you're booked.
Yeah.
It's different if you're a main character, I think, but it's still like you're not in a studio all day, every day for a block period of time necessarily.
Yeah, so to be a voice actor in games, you basically have to be freelance. You can't have, because with me, I'm an artist, so I used to be in studio and now I'm freelancer, but for you, it's like completely different. It's quite interesting, actually. We could have different experiences.
Yeah. I think acting in general, like I said, is freelance. But that being said, a lot of, I'm sure most of you know that it's some ridiculous figure like 98% of actors don't earn enough from acting alone.
Wow.
So need other jobs as well. So a lot of actors will need to have part-time jobs, or they have full-time fixed-term jobs, muggle jobs, that aren't necessarily acting, to keep them going. But so I, like, over the years I've done all sorts of things. I've done like costume character appearances, I've worked in a bar, I've done events catering, like I've done cat sitting, all sorts of bits and pieces. But in terms of being freelance, I've been fully freelance for about 4 years now. So that's not having another job where I have to be there for a certain amount of hours every week.
Yeah. See, for me, I've been in the games industry for about 4 years. Actually, it's longer because I used to be a community manager. Then I was a QA tester, and then I broke into the art side of things. But I was in the studio for 2 years, and I've been freelance for a year. And for me, it's one of those things where you kind of have to go freelance if you want to work on more interesting projects in a way, because if you're in a studio, it's quite steady, but you're stuck on whatever game they're doing, kind of thing. And also, you either have to be in London or you have to live near the studios. So because I live up north, there's like a lot less. There is a few studios in Leeds, but they don't really want character concept artists at the moment, so I have to freelance to reach out. I quite like it. I think it can be stressful sometimes being a freelancer, because there's the hustle of where's your next paycheck going to come from. I put out some questions on Twitter, actually, asking people what they wanted to know from us, and a lot of them were just about breaking into the industry. So how did you, similar to you, because I used to be a freelance artist around working at Claire's Accessories, so I do that in the day, and I do freelance art at night time. So how did you get into voice acting? Like, just go off topic of freelancing, but...
It was just one of those things that I hadn't considered for a very long time. Even though I was an actor, I'd known I'd wanted to be an actor since school. Went to university to do a drama course, very different from an acting training course. So I worked as an actor for a couple of years, but side by side with doing events catering stuff. And then I went to drama school to train to be an actor. Because like the drama university course was very much like, let's analyze this play text. What's the history of theatre? What is theatre? Is this walking down the street theatre? Not prepare you for actually acting at all. Very interesting. I loved it. It's very pretentious, but so at drama school, we started doing voiceover classes, and I realized that A, I really enjoyed it, and B, people told me I was good at it. Nice. That was a perfect pairing. And then, I mean, I've always played games, but it was about that time where I was like, oh yeah, video games have voiceovers. That I could fill. And I've always been more of like the character performance type of actor as well. I'm not like your hot girl lead, or even like girl. I'm all the weird and wonderful characters. That's my typecasting. So voiceover again made sense. So from there, I just started working at it. Really, got myself a voice reel and a little home studio set up. And the first one I had was appalling. Right, it was our large lounge. I had this little stack of shelves that my desk and my computer was on, and I had a USB mic, which I do not recommend if you are trying to get into voice acting, for any type of voice acting and setting up your own home studio. It's worth doing the research, and it's worth investing the money. Like £250 to £350 sounds a lot for a microphone if you've never bought one before. Trust me when I say that is it's worth investing for that good sound quality. But more than the microphone, it's worth investing in how you treat the space around you, because again, at that time I didn't really have any soundproofing or sound acoustic treatment options available to me either. But then over time I built it up, and I'm very excited to be moving into my new house next week. I don't know when this is going out compared to when we're recording it, but for the very first time I'm going to have a dedicated room that I'm going to be able to have as my studio.
Amazing. Yay.
The office that my husband and I share, and a corner of it is my studio with blankets kind of strewn. So it's been a very gradual process, kind of buying all the components. But in terms of getting into voice acting, to loop back around to the actual question, it's a combination of getting the tools and the equipment after getting the training, which I would say is always really important. Even if you don't go to drama school, definitely do vocal training, work with a vocal coach, do some courses, but read up on everything first. It's worth investing the money, but do invest wisely.
Yeah,
I'd say. Because there's a million and one coaches and courses out there. So read up on it, see what other people say, see what feels right for you. And then it took me a while to get an agent, actually. It took me a couple of years to get an agent, but I started doing bits and pieces here and there that I found kind of on the internet, over social media, over different voiceover job site platforms and that kind of thing. Which again, I don't recommend as the best way to get work now, but that's with the hindsight of having been a voice actor for nearly 7 years.
We will get to how you go about finding work, actually. That is a question. Yeah, it's really interesting, actually, because what you're saying rings true for me as well. It's, you have to invest in the equipment, because actually one thing that people who aren't freelancers don't know is you're responsible for all your own equipment. Some games companies might send you a laptop, but if you're an artist and you need the right kind of tablet, they're not going to provide that for you. You have to provide that. And the same with investing money in your portfolio, like building up your portfolio and courses, because my experience at uni was the same as yours. It wasn't really relevant to getting a job. It was, I've done courses since. Sometimes it can be like £600-700, but it focuses solely on one aspect of like environment design, and then you're like, oh my god, I actually learned a lot. And then you get a lot of art pieces from doing that course, and then you can put them in your portfolio. I think actually for art it's almost worth more investing in doing courses like that rather than uni, in a way, because I found with a lot of uni courses, people need to research who's teaching them, because a lot of, especially for concept art, a lot of the teachers haven't worked in the industry, so they don't actually know how it works. So you get a lot of portfolios that all have the same mistakes, and it's like character drawings and stuff, and it's like, your job is, as a concept artist, your job's closer to graphic design. It's all about, how is a character going to read on screen? What do the character artists need? What are limitations? If a character's rigged a certain way, you can't be putting big fluffy bows here and here because it will clip into the character. There's all of these technical things you have to bear in mind as well, and I don't think unis are, I don't know, there might be some courses out there, but you really have to do some research and read some reviews. You know, it's hard. Like when you want to break into the industry and it's like, how do I go about this? And you Google it. There are so many people trying to sell their like tutorials or their information, and there's just so much misinformation. And I think a lot of people see freelancing as a way to break into the industry, and it is, but it's also extremely competitive. You have to make sure that, like you were saying, like if your voice reel must have sounded a lot more professional than I imagine a lot of people's voice reels do, you know, even with the USB mic or whatnot. There must be, you know.
My very first voice reel, I did not record myself. I absolutely went to a professional reel producer.
Yeah.
Which I would recommend again for first timers. I think when you've been doing it a long time and there's like specific clips that you know a potential client will want to hear, and you don't have that, then, and if you know how to record it and that your equipment is good and you know how to edit it, then sure. But otherwise, I would recommend going to people who know what they're doing.
Yeah, I would recommend for art, if you can, it's difficult if you don't live near London or anywhere like that, but if you can ever get to like a gaming event or portfolio review, do it, because that is how I broke into the industry. Was I kept going to portfolio reviews because I didn't have a blues clue. I was like, you just paint characters, and I had an art director who was like, you can paint, but like this is shit, like you need to do this. Oh, I don't know if I can swear. Oops.
Hopefully they're not that brutal with you.
Oh yeah, I didn't mind, like I didn't take it personally. I was like, okay, this guy's like trying to help me, and like I appreciate that, and he was the one who ended up giving me my first art job. Was because
not bad then.
Yeah, so because I kept going back and I kept showing like my progression every year. Every time he was at an event, I would go to that event and be like, "Here's my portfolio now. Can you review me?" But
there's with acting and voice acting, we audition for so much stuff.
Yeah.
Right. Like I think there's some statistics of like if you do 100 auditions and you get callbacks for 20 of them and you land one job, that's a success. So every time I do an audition, For me, that is practice, right? That's if it's for voiceover, it's practicing reading the copy. It's practicing tuning in to the client's needs, whether that's for a game or whether it's for a corporate thing. What kind of tone are they after? What variants might I be able to offer them? What kind of character voice? If it's for a visual thing, if it's for theatre or screen, it's remembering lines, like practicing kind of postures and my core acting abilities as well. So we're quite lucky in that, as frustrating as it is to audition for so many things and get rejected for so many things, if you're getting auditions, you're getting to practice, right? You're getting to play. So is there a similar thing in the art side of things, or is it just are you just responsible for your own self-practice?
I'm responsible for my own self-practice, but also every single studio wants something different. So some jobs, you kind of have to aim your portfolio at a client. So for me, all of my designs are like historical, like medieval knights and things like that, or I have like weird cat people because I like D&D. The job I'm doing now is like another like realism job. So when I applied for it, I edited my portfolio to like reflect kind of what they wanted. I didn't actually have what they were specifically after, and it was like kind of a concern, but I chatted enough stuff that I got in there. But they're a very small dev, a huge company. When you send your portfolio, if it's not the style they're after, or there's one thing they don't like, they'll just reject you outright, because concept art is extremely competitive. It's one of the jobs. Concept artist, voice actor, they're the things that everyone knows you can have as a game job, right? When I was at Creative Assembly, we opened up an internship for a concept art intern. Over 300 people applied in the first 2 weeks, and at that level, you don't have time to, because, the art director was showing us people's portfolios, and you don't have time to go through and say to someone, oh, you could improve that, or give them feedback. You just have to be like, nope, rejected, nope, rejected, it's really competitive. You kind of, you just apply for as much stuff as you can, and hopefully you hear back. I also find, I guess we should get into talking about how do you find your work. So for me, I use a mixture of Google Jobs. Google has a great job search engine. If you just Google Jobs, you'll find it, people out there. It might be like jobs in Google, and you're like, no, you want the Google search engine. You can put in search criteria. So for concept art, it'd be concept art, visual development, art, and then you put in your location, so you can have like Leeds, London, or anywhere, and Google will email you job alerts because they crawl pages, so there'll be jobs on there that aren't on LinkedIn or wherever else, Glassdoor. You might find more opportunities that way. Also, social media has helped me get work because I'm getting out of breath and talking too quickly. Because I'm a big networker, that's why I'm in BAFTA crew, go to meetups, meet people, go to events, meet art directors and stuff, then I chat to them on Twitter. So if someone's after an artist, I might come to mind, hopefully, or I've seen job postings on Twitter and I apply for them, and then they can see my personality. That's helped. A lot of, if a job is very competitive, sometimes there's a bit of serendipity, or sometimes there has to be a little bit of like nepotism where someone already knows you, so they're like, oh yes, Sammy's really nice, I've worked with her before, let's ask Sammy first. There is a bit of that, but I've only been freelance.
Networking comes in, right? If you haven't networked with anyone, like nepotism is one of those things where it sucks, but also if that's the way the system is rigged, then get yourself in there.
People can't,
and it's the same with acting.
They can't hire you if they don't know you exist. But how do you go about finding work? Because like with you, Nat, you've like been in the industry a lot longer than me. I've just been I've like just been in there for a year. My current job I found just through their website. I just applied and they liked me, so I was like, oh cool, that's the first time that's ever happened.
I wish I was a bit more organized with my job hunts. It has been a bit sporadic, and I mean during Corona, that's a whole different kettle of fish. I'm going to talk about like regularly. It's a mix of things, like fingers in many pies. So I do have an agent for voiceover work, and They deal with a lot of corporate stuff and commercials, and they do a lot of the. They're on the books for companies that do a lot of the bigger video games. So I've been working on a few AAA games that I've got kind of through them.
Yeah.
Also kind of because I know side as well.
Yeah.
But they were already linked with them, so they go through that route. And then for indie games, it's very much about networking.
Yes.
And research and getting involved in games jams.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think a lot of people don't think about voices for games jams, and fair enough, because you only have a limited amount of time, right? So there's only so many things you can implement. However, it's been great. The ones that I have taken part in have been great, not only for kind of my own experience and keeping going, especially, so I've done a couple of jams during lockdown, and they were really fun to do, just as keeping creative, but also to meet new people, and I've definitely made a few connections through them that might lead to work, haven't yet but might, kind of thing. And following up on those connections, but otherwise social media, researching different games companies. Whenever I go to EGX or other conventions, I'll come away with I'll be going around and networking and chatting to the game devs about the game, and I'll leave as much as I want to go and play all the big games, I will leave that. I will stick to the indie area, because they're the booths where you can talk directly to the devs, directly to the people who are making games, who make the decisions about whether they might hire you or not. And I'll chat to them directly, but I'll also come away with a little booklet that has a list of all the games, and I'll go through afterwards and be like, right, I talked to them, that's not a lead, that one is, following up with them, or I didn't see them, right, research them, get in contact with them, kind of thing. Other than that, I know some voice actors who do work successfully off voice job websites. That is a whole, it's quite a taboo thing, because a lot of them are driving the rates down.
Oh, okay.
It's quite a big deal. It can be quite problematic, but then and this is the thing as well for particularly indie game devs. If you don't know where to find voice actors, it sounds like a good place to go. If you don't know how to find voice actors, if you've never hired a voice actor before, you don't necessarily know what the going rates are. So you think so you do get a few game jobs that are like, oh, I don't know, 50 quid, how does that sound? And there's always going to be like actors who are new that are like, that sounds great, not realizing that actually what's happening here is undermining a lot of the work that everyone else is doing, and undermining themselves, really. So I don't go on job search websites anymore. I tend to do direct marketing, where I approach companies myself or through my agent. I love it.
Actually, I have a lovely friend, Sandra, and she, when I was starting out freelancing, she's the one who, like, she gave me loads of advice about Google search engine, and then she said a lot of companies, they might be looking for an artist, so if you just apply directly, they're more likely to hire you than put out like a job ad, because they're like, oh, this person's keen, they've come directly to us, we like their work. It is good to be direct like that. But what you're saying about people driving down the rates, it's totally the same with art. Like, and sometimes clients do that thing where they're like, what's your rate? And you're like, no, what's the budget? And they're like, no, tell me your rate. And it's like, oh.
That's the age-old freelancer issue. You're just having that standoff, like, how much do you get? How much? Yes, no. How much do we get? Yeah,
exactly. I think especially when you have your first few jobs, it's very stressful. To figure out your rate, it's quite awkward. Everybody is different. I know with concept art, it can be as low as like £130 a day. It can be £250 a day. It can be even more than that. With me, I worked out what I would want to earn in a year. There's a calculator online, actually, that's really good at this. It got the same result I did, so I was like, cool. worked out what I would want to earn in a year and how long I'm going to be on that project, and basically figured out my time, because you don't want to be working minimum wage. You don't want to be like, okay, I'm on this, especially when you're new, you're desperate to get on any project for the experience, but what's going to happen is you're going to feel frazzled and you're going to be upset because you're going to be like, well, I've spent 40 hours on this piece and I'm only getting 50 quid, but but I'm in a game, and it's like, no, it's not worth it. They'll never, it's so much harder to negotiate more money once you've gotten in there,
Yeah.
So for new people, I would say, check a calculator, and if you can find other people's rates online, Glassdoor also can tell you the going rate as well. I don't know how you figure it out. I don't want to spread misinformation to new people.
It's kind of different for voice acting in that so Equity is the actors union, and they have rate cards for lots of different types of work. Now for voice acting, it's quite outdated. Yeah. I would say. I love Equity. You do fantastic work. I'm sorry, some of the in that a lot of the rates have been based on back in the 80s or the 90s, when voice actors would go into a studio, and so God, this is a whole topic I could get into, and it's so complex because different types of work have different rates, for different reasons, because of the way that things used to work, and they've not necessarily kept up with the internet.
Yeah.
And the internet has made it possible for so many people to do voiceover from home, which is fantastic. That saves a lot of money. But it also means that there's also so many more people who can do voiceover.
Same with art.
The market has been flooded, right? It's been flooded with creatives, which is great in a way, because it means that you're more likely to have a more diverse range of creatives.
Yeah.
Which is what the industry needs, absolutely. Yeah. But it does reduce the value of that work, unfortunately. So there's kind of generally accepted rates for various things that are still sometimes disputed. My agent has a rate card, and then depending on the client, depending on the size of job, we might sway a little bit. For the big companies that outsource voiceover recording for games, like Side, like OM, like Pitstop, they have set rates, and it's kind of up to the actors to be like, okay, I'll accept that rate, or no, I won't. But then for indie games, it's kind of down to the actors to set the rates with the game studios.
Yeah.
So what I've done in the past is I've gone to an indie game studio and I said, right, this is the industry rate, and voice actors work per hour, not per half day. Even if you're in the studio for 4 hours, it should be charged per hour. There are some studios out there that charge for a 4-hour slot. I would say a lot of those are underpaid.
Yeah.
Personally. So you've got your hourly rate, and I'll tell the indie game devs, right, this is what the going industry rate is.
Yeah.
What is your budget? And I'll work with you about that. And usually for indie games, I'll do like either a lower base rate, or I'll reduce the buyout.
Yeah.
2 parts of an actor's fee. And I don't know if it's the same for concept art or art at all.
No, it's quite interesting. So for us, it's the current thing I'm working on now is I get paid per hour, and I get paid the industry rate for America, which funnily enough is higher than the UK, but then you have the exchange rate and it's like one thing that you have to, new freelancers and stuff, you have to keep by money for tax as well. You have to bear in mind that whatever you're charging, the government are going to want to take a chunk. There is a threshold that you don't have to pay tax unless you earn above that, but it's better to save by and at the end of the year have a little pile of money you can spend than come to the end of the tax year and go, oh my god, I owe $4,000 in tax. but yeah, with concept art, I asked a lot of my friends about this. One friend only charges per day and goes down to half days. I will personally go down to the hour. The current project I'm on, they work out how many hours something should take me, or I work out with them. And then when I've finished that piece of work, I get paid for it. So they might put 3 things into what they call a contract. It's a weird way of working. I've never worked this way before. And then if I go over the hours, they add that into my next contract. So I still get paid, but it's a little bit more delayed, I guess. But I think they do that to keep track, because they're fully remote dev. So I think they do that to just keep track of everyone and whatnot. I've been paid before where it's just been by the day. So I worked on, it was an indie game it's a metal detecting love game. And it's so cute. I was just hired to design the main character. And the guy, I worked out my day rate with the guy, and he's absolutely lovely. And he was like, yeah, sure. And then I just invoiced him, for the work at the end of, so I was like, 3 days work. Yep, fine. But stuff like that.
The main thing is know what the rates should be.
Yes.
Do the research on what the industry rate should be, but then be flexible in terms of like, okay, well, I can afford to do this slightly differently, or work with the client to kind of make it work for them, because there are some indie games that just cannot. There's indie games and indie games, right? There's some indie games that cannot afford anything. There's some indie games that can afford a chunk.
Yeah.
So, so what I was saying before is that there's 2 parts to a voice actor's rate. One is your BSF, your basic studio fee. That's your hourly fee.
Yeah.
And that can be for games anything from £200 to £275 an hour.
Oh wow. Cha-ching.
Main characters, you're probably going to get main characters in AAA games. You're going to get more. If you're a celebrity, you're definitely getting a lot more.
Oh yeah.
But your average jobbing voice actor, that's kind of the rough ballpark. And then there's a buyout fee as well. And the buyout fee gives the producers of the game the right to use your voice, your work in that game. And then in commercials and corporate work, it puts a time limit on that. So you are legally allowed to use this work for this amount of time in this. For games, obviously, you can't really put a time limit on it. It's done forever. Someone might use that, even if it's a game that's not kind of produced on disc anymore. Like, people will find ways to rip it.
Yeah, they will. Yeah.
So buyout fees for games tend to be a flat fee now, or a percentage, like a fixed percentage of the studio fee. So like 200% of the studio fee, or £500, or something like that. So it's worth knowing as a voice actor that if you're going into something and people are like, I'm going to pay you 30 pence per line, like 30 cents, because there's a lot of American indie games that try and do this per line basis. And you've got to figure out, okay, if I have a lot of lines and I can do it in the right amount of time, it comes out the equivalent of me earning a proper studio fee and buyout. Yes, that's worth it. But if it's not, then it's really worth considering whether that job is being exploitative, or they just can't afford the money. And at that point, it's like, well, okay, what do I get out of it before you take that job on?
Yeah, definitely. And I think people have to be wary that sometimes if you're an artist, like we're saying, social media, sometimes people will reach out to you and it will seem like a really great opportunity and you'll feel really special because you're like, oh my God, this board game company reached out to me. But actually, it's going to work out less than minimum wage. Another thing that you have to charge for is revisions. So if you're getting paid by the hour, it's fine. You can bill them for the hour you spent doing the revision. If someone's paying you per piece or whatever, you have to say, okay, I'll do 1 revision or I'll do 2 revisions. Otherwise, some clients might take the mick. Actually, I have a question dealing with that. It is, yes. Have you ever been mucked over by a client and how did you handle it?
So I'm very lucky in that I personally have not, and if I ever were to be, that's what my agent is there for. They are the ones that have the nasty conversations, and then I get to rock up and be like, "Hi, how's it going? Hello, lovely to meet you." That's why we had the agents to be the kind of the enforcers. But so previously, I was with for theatre and screen, I was with what's called a cooperative agency, which is where all of the actors on the books take it in turn to be the agent. So once or twice a month, I would go into the office. I would be the agent for the day, and I would do all the paperwork, do all the admin, do all the phone calls, do all the submissions to jobs. And they were actually a voiceover company that I would never work for, but in cooperative agency, you can't be like, no, I'm not letting you apply for that job. So there were people who'd worked for this company, and they were not a games company. They were a corporate company that did corporate voiceover, and they were notorious for A, underpaying, and B, paying late. So it was part of my job was to come in and chase these people, and we would just call them every day and be like, hey, you still not paid this, by the way. And we go into kind of the details of the invoice that we sent, and now I can't think of the resource off the top of my head, but it is in law that if a contract is, if an invoice is over 30 days late being paid, then you can charge interest on that. And if you make sure, this is so important for freelancers, when you send an invoice to a company, make sure you've got in the fine print at the bottom of the invoice that is within your legal right, and you will charge this interest.
Yes.
Because then if they pay it late, then you have legal grounds to send another invoice afterwards, once they've finally paid you, to be like, great, okay, you've paid me 60 days late, so that's going to be an extra blah, blah. Here's your invoice for that. If that's late, I'm going to charge you interest on that.
It's good. Threaten them.
Yeah,
I've heard that as well. I've never had to chase anything like that, but I can take a deposit up front for my work. With our, I don't know if you can do the same thing with voice acting.
Sometimes, yes. If I previously, before I had my agent, because again they will do all that kind of stuff for me. Yeah. I've done odd jobs here and there where it's been say a £500 job total, and I've said like, right, okay, I will send you a watermarked version. Yeah. And then until I get the full, and when I get the full version, the full payment, sorry, then you get the unwatermarked version. But a lot of clients don't like that, and it makes them, because it makes them feel like you don't trust them, so it adds a bit of bitterness to it. So there's, I think, it's down to whether you trust the client or not. How much you put into your contract, into your invoice to protect yourself. I think a lot of voice actors just kind of have to trust the client, because again, if you're not represented by an agent and you're doing all of this yourself, you're doing your admin yourself, you have to be both the enforcer and the nice, cheery, polite person.
It's hard.
Yeah, you've got to get that dichotomy right. But yeah, it's doing the research on your legal rights and preparing.
Yes. And luckily we live in the age of Google and the internet, and you can research absolutely everything. You need to know your rights. Also, depending where your client is based, the law will be completely different as well. So with America, it's different to the UK. Yeah, but everything you can Google it. You know, if you're concerned. It's like, I wish we could cover more legally freelance stuff, but every single client is different, every job is different, and every area is different. Like my job freelancing is completely different to yours, you know. I was going to ask you, how do you cover the gaps in between freelance work? So
you kind of touched on that earlier, actually, with your 20% aside for tax.
Yes.
So I have started using Starlink Bank recently, which is great. You can set up within your account. You can set up little pots for money. So when I do my accounts dutifully every month, as I always do, I will take my income and I will split it out. So 40% is my earnings that I pay myself, and that goes to the joint account I have with my husband. And then 20% goes into my tax pot. And then I have a bit that goes into my pension, set up a pension.
Oh yes, we should say that to everyone. Otherwise, good luck when you're old.
Yeah, especially I only set mine up. It was one of my tick list things of, before I'm 30, what will I do? Set up a pension. And I wish that I'd done it earlier. Yeah. So if you're 21, just getting into the industry, and you're like, oh, I'm so young, set up pension. Start paying into it now. And yeah, so I put a little bit. It doesn't even have to be a lot until you're in a more stable position, but a little bit every month into the pension, a little bit into a general savings pot.
Yeah.
And then I've got a little bit of, right, that's my spending money for next month.
Yeah.
On the business. But that 20% aside for tax, you will not need to use all of that to pay your tax. Yeah. So every year when I pay my tax, and I try and do it in April as soon as they let me, because then I have this pot of money that I've saved up the previous year that I'm then free to spend on my business. And that is how, like, moving into a new house, I now have this little pot of money that I can spend on buying really boring things like a new boom arm for my microphone, and a new desk, and new studio monitors and new foam and that kind of thing. I have that pot of money that I saved up last year.
Yeah.
But it's also been really useful as a safety net for when there's a global lockdown and a lot of work stops. I will acknowledge I'm also in the incredibly privileged position to be married to a man with a very stable job.
Touching.
And because I've been freelance fully for a while, I qualified for the government self-employment scheme grant.
Yes.
So I know so many people who have been devastated by this. I have lost work because of it.
Yeah.
I'm definitely in a worse position than I would be had it not happened.
Yeah.
But I'm super privileged to have not had to worry about putting food on the table or paying rent, which is not something I can say for a lot of actors and voice actors.
Yes.
So, but that being said, so the money that I've put aside has helped ease that situation.
Yeah. Definitely. I know some people who are freelance artists and they have to work a part-time office job or a part-time like coffee shop job. Those kinds of stuffs are going. What I would say is if you want to make the jump into freelance and you're a bit too scared, just save some money up first. Because I'm in the same position as you where I went freelance because I moved across the country. That's why I left my studio job. And finding work took quite a while. I had to tailor my portfolio to certain clients. It took me, because all of my work is NDA, so I've done like 2 years in a studio, but I can't show that to anyone. So I had to spend time building my portfolio, and luckily I live with my partner, and where we live the rent is really cheap, but not everyone's in that position. There's been before when I started freelancing, I worked at Clothes Accessories in the day, freelanced at night, when I started getting freelance clients, and then I got a studio job, so I was like, goodbye freelance.
And I think that's the thing. I think there should be no shame, and we don't talk about it enough, actually. No. I think there should be no shame in having side hustles, because you've got to do what you've got to do to live.
People are down on it.
In the acting world, it's much more commonplace. Like, most of my friends kind of lost out doubly when coronavirus hit, because not only did they lose their theatre tours that they were doing or that kind of thing, but they also lost their side job, which was working front of house at a theatre.
Yeah.
Or working in a cafe.
Yeah.
So that's been really tricky. But in general, pandemics aside, like, I think there's no shame in working how you have to work until you're in a position to go fully freelance. And that's a nice little milestone for you when you get there. Yeah. But yeah, there should not be shame in it.
There shouldn't. I think we've got like 15 minutes left, so I wanted to touch upon. I know, just chatting away. So I was gonna say, for me with freelance, so I wanted to talk about like studio versus freelance, but with you can't be in a studio.
But you should talk about it.
Well, I can touch on it, but then I wanted to talk about the solitary nature of being a freelancer afterwards. So, with the studio, they cover all your equipment. You don't have to pay for anything. I had a big old Cintiq tablet, really good computer. Now I'm at home, I have to use my own stuff. If something goes wrong, I have to pay for it, I have to cover it. So I save my money every month just in case there's an emergency, you know, because if my PC's broke, I can't work and then I can't earn money. there's also very social being a studio. You have fixed money every month, so you know that you're having a steady paycheck, right? So even if you go into work and you just can't be bothered and you don't do that much that day, not saying that I do that, but you still get money at the end of the day. When you're a freelancer, the work just needs to get done. Like, some companies are different with their freelance, but for me personally, it's always like, you have to design this character. So if I spend a day faffing about, I can't charge a client for that. You know, that's me faffing about. So there's more pressure. There's also the having to hustle, having to find clients, but there's so much freedom in it. Like, I can work with clients in America. I can work with clients anywhere. I can work on a board game, or I could work on indie projects, or I've worked on like 3 different things since I've been freelance, whereas working in a studio, I only worked on 2 projects over 2 years, you know? And because you get shoehorned it, they're like, okay, well, we're starting a new thing, so we're just going to move you across. You don't really get like a choice. Yeah, I would say if you're trying to get into the industry, I think studio is definitely more cushy, and, you know, but freelance is very exciting. And I think now with the pandemic, actually, a lot of places are moving remote anyway, so they're going to be taking on more freelancers. So maybe now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. Like, have a look. I saw that, I think it's Bossa Studios, they've gone fully remote now. They just went, goodbye office, you know, we don't need you. But being freelance, the pandemic's kind of interesting because everyone else is now living the life that I kind of lived. Because I was like always at home, work from home, live in the middle of nowhere, so I don't talk to anyone, and now everyone else is in that boat. So I was going to ask how you handle that kind of, you know, being alone all the time, so you don't go crazy.
Again, I'm super privileged to be in a situation where I'm living with my husband.
Yeah,
right?
helps.
I'm definitely an extroverted introvert. So whilst I look very bubbly and very like actor, I take my energy from being on my own.
I'm the same, actually. Yeah, I need to be alone.
Yeah. So, like, we're not antisocial, but we definitely spend a good deal of our spare time at home playing video games, either with each other or in separate rooms playing different games. And so not a lot changed at the start of lockdown. I think the thing that I've missed is all of the events that were going to happen, and that opportunity to meet new people. Like, on a personal note, I have had, like, there were 3 weddings I was going to go to this year, none of which have been able to happen. They've all been postponed. Things like that, you know. I don't want to take it to a proper bummer level, but my granddad passed away. I couldn't go to his funeral. Like, there's been loads of things like that, and that is those things have affected me more than the day-to-day. Oh no, I'm not going out. Like, I have a studio set up at home. I can work from home. That's fine. So yeah, I think I've definitely had more, like, again, I'm very lucky to not have any kind of clinical depression or diagnoses like that, but I've definitely had more low days than I probably would have otherwise. Days where I felt like, oh, well, there's no bloody point, is there? I just sit here and eat a tub of ice cream, and that's my day. There's definitely days where that's happened.
Yeah. I think they've said that, like, the sales of alcohol have gone up massively during lockdown. Goodbye, life. Yeah. No, for me, pre-lockdown, I would go to game meetups. There's some in Leeds, or board game clubs. A lot of places now have board game clubs or online D&D. Play online games with friends if I can. But I'm also very introverted, so I'm quite happy I'm very, like, bubbly and chatty when I'm out, but I'm also happy to just not talk to anyone for like 3 days. So freelance suits me in that, you know, I think if you're an extremely extroverted person, I think you might struggle with freelance because you can't always talk to people and you're alone a lot. I've really enjoyed the pandemic because my partner works from home as well, so it's like I have a little office buddy, so I can go bother him.
We've got, like, a nice routine as well of, like, we've been working our way through Clone Wars at lunchtimes,
Oh,
and that's been nice, you know. Whereas previously I'd be shuffling about the house on my own all day.
I'm the same. Like a Victorian ghost.
Not doing anything useful, just being like,
I sent an email. I've done my work for the day.
yeah. So yeah, there's been benefits for me, but also yeah, I think the mental health side of things can be tough. Like, and again, I don't know for artists or other areas of games work, but for voice actors, again, one of the biggest things that you have to get used to is the rejection.
Oh, 100%. Yep, and you can't take it personally.
Yeah, not even rejection on a "you've been told you didn't get this job" basis. Rejection on a "oh, I really enjoyed that audition. That was going to be a really cool gig. I wonder if they'll ever." Oh, that's that. There's that advert that I auditioned for. Okay, I didn't get it then. Or they've just announced that game. Guess I didn't get it. You know. So you've got to learn to deal with not getting stuff and auditioning for something and then throwing it out the window in your head, like forget that it happened.
It's out of your hands. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But not having, if you're in a position, where did I start with this story?
I don't remember. I got so involved.
It was along the lines of mental health and learning to deal with the
rejection,
the onslaught of it. So yeah, you've got to deal with the rejection, but also in the context of freelance and lockdown and loneliness. I think I was trying to wheel around to some wise words about making sure that you're looking after yourself and making sure that you've got some kind of stable, like have a person.
Yeah, and if you don't, you can get counselling through the NHS, and they do it online now, and it's much quicker because. So for me personally, do have touch of the depression, and I have generalized anxiety disorder as well. So I did counselling through the NHS during lockdown. It was all typing, and the main advice was like, go out for a walk at least 10 minutes a day, which has actually really helped, and it's helped in lockdown as well because you don't feel like, you know, my house is a prison.
It sounds like really trite, like blasé advice, but seriously, vitamin D deficiency is
I had that. Yeah, they had to put me on the strongest course because I was like, why am I so tired? Yeah, so definitely, yeah, like if you're having a hard time, find someone to talk to, and if there's no one around you can talk to, go to the doctors because being freelance can be really tough, and being in lockdown is even more tough because, you know, we're both really lucky we don't live on our own. I have friends that live on their own and they've had a horrible time in lockdown because you can't go to work and see people. I think a lot of people are now being a bit naughty and going out to the pub and whatnot. Like I haven't. I've just stayed locked inside. But yeah, it can be really tough. But we should wind down because we've got 5 minutes left. Sorry to clock watch. But yeah, I would say with freelance, you can find a lot of resources online for sorting out your taxes, things that are exempt. You can claim back things like your electricity, or for me, I just bought like new computer parts. I can claim that back at the end of the year, which is nice. Same with video games as well. You can say it's research, and then,
even as a voice actor, it's all research.
Yeah, or if you go on a little trip. Go on a day trip. It was for research.
Yeah. That's one of the fun things about being an actor is you can claim haircuts.
Oh, can you?
You got to keep looking like headshots.
Oh, that is such a good point. Yeah, no, that's really cool. Do you have any other like advice for people out there in that, like for being a freelancer or a voice actor or just a woman in games?
As a woman.
As a woman. As a femoid.
I would say find your networks, find your people, find your groups, and even if we can't go to events at the moment, try and get in on games industry online networking things. and chat to people. Things like BAFTA Crew has been great for meeting friends. Like, I don't know if I've personally got work out of it, but that's not why I joined. I joined to kind of learn more about the games industry and make connections with people in a wide variety of like disciplines within the games industry. But has also, has made me some really good friends as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, looking for those networks, finding those networks that will help you as a professional, but also as a person.
Yeah.
Has been really important.
Yeah, I would agree. And don't sell yourself short. Yes. They can always say that you're too expensive, and then they just don't worry about losing out on the work, So, yeah, value yourself, and pursue your dreams, kids.
Daring.
Well, I guess we'll wrap up here. Thank you so much for joining me today, Nat.
Thank you.
Everyone enjoy the rest of EGX Digital. Bye.
Game begin.
What on earth is a global digital event, I hear you ask? Well, allow me to enlighten you. This event is a gathering of hot gaming content that you would have been able to see at PAX West in Seattle, PAX Australia in Melbourne, or EGX in London in September, before COVID changed the world in what, let's be honest, is a storyline from a video game. In fact, it's bound to spawn many post-viral games in the near future. We'll be hunting through the city streets, crafting masks from animal hides, and all while still on furlough. Instead, you can sit at home and take in all the delights of a truly global event, enjoying the food from your kitchen at a reasonable price, and have a seat guaranteed, all day. Amazing! At this event, you'll be able to poke around over 200 booths on the show floor, and have a deep dive into some great curated content you might not have seen before. And it's all in one place, like a show. Just have a click around and discover stuff, then click further and discover more stuff. The show floor, or Expo Hall if you're speaking American, is just part of the event we're presenting. On top of the Expo Hall, we also offer you some of the highlights of any PAX or EGX show. Tons of brilliant panels. You'll be able to visit the site, paxegx.com, and navigate your way via the show floor to the massive schedule. It's like a Glastonbury festival of gaming, with massive headline acts and loads of interesting things to watch in the meantime. There will always be something great in there just for you. The Daily Wrap from Virgin Media, presented at 5:30 UK time each day. This will be brought to you by a mix of the brilliant teams at Outside Xbox and Outside Extra, Eurogamer, and Rock Paper Shotgun. They'll highlight the hotspots from the show day that's just happened and look forward to what's coming up next, all using boss-level broadband for gamers. Meet up on Discord. We all know that hanging out with your friends is a really important part of going to an event. Meeting people you already know, making new friends, and hanging out. The Left Field Collection is a must-see for attendees looking for the new, unique, and challenging works going on in games. This is a platform for titles and projects that like to do things a little differently, and promises to always have something interesting to check out. With over 100 indie titles at this year's show, there's going to be tons to discover. There are loads of other features, including speedrunning, cosplay, some interesting limited edition retail opportunities, and board games, with loads of videos from our partners at Dicebreaker. Exclusive event merch! What with this being the first time we've done a standalone digital event, this merch will be very limited edition. Show off to your friends with a fetching new hat at a distance of 2 meters or greater, or grab something special for a loved one or hated enemy. The shop's live now, and you can find it on this site or by searching for the EGX store. And if it's PAX merch you're after, you can search for that too. That's a taste of what to look out for while you're strolling around the digital show floor. There's loads of hot gaming content to come over the next few days. Some of it's live now, and some will be going live later, so be sure to check out all the booths to find out more. Oh, and don't worry if you miss a panel. Everything is going to be uploaded soon after to the EGX YouTube channel. But, always better to see it first, right? In the meantime, here are some of the things to keep an eye on.
Hello everyone, my name is Trish and today we'll be playing a little let's play of the demo of Haven, and today I'm joined by Audrey and Pierre, so would y'all like to introduce yourselves?
Yes, hi, I'm Audrey the Prince. I'm the co-founder of the Game Bakers and I'm also the executive producer on the game.
And hi, I'm Pierre Corbinet. I'm the writer for the game, so I wrote the scenario, dialogues and stuff like that.
Perfect! Well, speaking of scenarios and dialogues, the very first opening section of the game actually is quite heavy into the dialogue, so we were going to watch it together, and then maybe Pierre and Audrey, you'd like to go over what was the inspiration and like why you decided to go with this opening sequence and how that sort of maps out for the rest of the game. Does that sound good? Okay,
perfect.
Let's get started. So cute.
What's that you got cooking?
Apple dew stew with apple dews.
Didn't we have that yesterday? Or the day before?
No. Yesterday it was baked apple dew with apple dews.
It's obviously a huge
And
difference.
the day before it was fried apple dews.
With apple dews. I remember now.
Sorry, I'm doing what I can to switch up our meals. But in my defense, we have a pretty limited set of ingredients.
I'm gonna just say I wasn't complaining because she doesn't do the cooking,
I
so.
wasn't complaining. I'm glad that you're doing the cooking. Otherwise I'd be eating, I guess, apple juice.
Oh, did you have a chance to look at the engine?
Yeah, it does seem like it took some damage upon landing. But I should be able to fix that real quick.
Let's talk about the good news.
I also have some good news.
What's that?
I love you.
Oh, so cute and cheesy. Time to forget about the apple dews.
Oh, with the lights off? Works for me.
No, I didn't do that. We must have run out of flow.
Weren't you supposed to charge up the nest today?
Excuse me if I was working on the engine. I can't do everything.
No worries. I'll go get some more outside. If I'm lucky, I'll stumble upon something to spice up the apple dews.
I'll come with you.
That was a very cute opening sequence. So yeah, maybe Pierre, you want to talk a little bit about what was the inspiration behind such an intimate moment where it's such a gentle, and it happens all the time with couples or even people that you live with. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about what makes this so special and how this also sets the scene for the rest of Haven for you.
Well, first of all, this scene is actually the very first scene that was written for the game. So it really helped shape the two characters for the rest of the game, even for us. And what we wanted to do is to create this scene that is not too explanatory, not too expository. I'm not sure of the word in English.
Yeah.
We wanted the player to be trapped with two characters and without knowing anything of their
Over
background
there, a flow thread. Whoops.
and their
Try
story.
again.
And sorry? Oh, it's the character talking. Sorry.
Yeah.
Just like that.
That's okay. So basically,
and
yep,
that was a
we wanted
bust. We were
to
too
show
slow.
No biggie.
show
Plenty of threads out
the
there.
relationship between the character right away. Since that's one of the point of the game, showing those two characters in love, in couple. It's not. You don't see them falling in love. You see them together right from
I don't
the
know.
first
3?
minute of the game.
Good thing there are plenty of flow threads around.
So I guess personality is something that's very important to this game. So right away you can see that the two people have very distinctive personalities. So what was sort of the inspiration for that? But also, do the personalities come into play in this game a lot? Like, do they sort of play off each other? Like, what are sort of the emotions that you want people to feel with these type of personalities? Because they're quite different, the two of them. Like, Yui's a little bit more sarcastic, and her partner is a little bit more patient, I guess, is the one way of saying it. So how did that inspire you?
Alright, do you want to answer?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's funny because last year, when it was still a time where we could attend a convention and in real life and meet real people, we had the chance to play a demo of Haven at the last PAX, and lots of players came to try it, and they would often play with their friend or their partner. And the funny thing that they kept telling us was like, oh yes, I mean, my girlfriend is so much like Kay and I'm more like you, or all the other way around. And everybody always had a character trait that they would recognize and completely relate to, and they were seduced by the characters. So that is something that we really took a lot of care in designing the characters to make them relatable and genuine. And I think it comes also from the fact that they are really based on our own experiences, on the stories from Pierre, from the rest of the team, life and personal life, and how we have seen people interact with each other, couples interact with each other in everyday life.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I like how they sort of have a very healthy way of resolving conflict. Like, they just talk about it. So, and you don't really get to see that very often in the media. Was that also one of the things that you want to showcase in the game? Like, it's possible to play two people that are just in love, trying to explore a planet in a very calm manner and just enjoy together a game.
Yeah, of course, that was one of the points, and it's something that's not very seen even outside of video games when you think about it. When you see love stories in movies, in books, it's always about a love being created or being lost, something like that, and rarely about just two people loving each other, and that being the main. It's not the main plot. That's not the plot. That's just the main situation, starting point of the game. So yeah, we wanted to show this and to because I think I don't want to talk for everybody, but that's a bit of our lives. It's my life. I live with my girlfriend in a few years, and I think it's the same for Emmerich or Audrey. And so we wanted to
kind of like putting your own
well.
experiences in a game, and like you can actually just enjoy a life together, and like there doesn't need to be drama every single day, which is kind of nice to see. It's quite different than what you see on movies or television, where everything is always so extravagant and like fighting or whatever. So I think it's quite cool.
And I think it's, I'm just jumping in, I'm sorry, because this is such an important point for me.
Of course.
I still remember the time with Emmerich at the very, very early stage of Haven. He came to visit me in Sweden, and we decided that we were going to make a game about everyday life and happiness.
Yeah.
And that we were going to go against the flow of drama and suffering and pain and excitement and unexpected things happening, and that was like actually a very big creative risk that we took that day, and we were very conscious that the rest of the entertainment world is definitely not going in that direction. There is more and more drama and more things happening, so this is something that is really key to this game, and we'll see how players react to it, but it's definitely very unique and not something we see a lot in the general entertainment market today, in general, not just games like movies and TVs. And
yeah, and actually that kind of brings me to my next question, which is, as this is a video game and it's not like a movie or even a visual novel, how do you sort of tie in the emotions that you want to convey to your players, as well as tying in things like the gliding or the exploration or even just combat that's going to come later in this demo? How do you sort of find a nice balance between the three of them and make sure that you get the emotion that you want out of players?
Or if you just enjoy seeing me suffer.
as far as I'm concerned, I only work on the dialogue, so I
How long do
mainly
you think this is
focused
gonna
on
last?
how to create these emotions with
If
the
well,
scenario
movie geek for
and
consumption in
the
check.
dialogue part.
I think a few days.
So I'd say the best way to create emotion is to surprise the players all the time. And
No, I meant
the tone
us.
of the dialogues.
Us here.
Like you can have really light dialogues that turns very deep in the end when no one
long
is
until they come
expecting
get
it,
us?
or the opposite. Create variation in tones, in comedy, drama,
Do we have
action.
to talk about this?
And I think the fact that even actually has a lot of different gameplay situation,
We
like
are
combat,
going to
gliding,
need to
being
at
at
some
home at
point.
nest, cooking,
We need
makes
to be
it easier
prepared.
to
We need a plan.
create surprise and emotion, switching between the tones of the game.
Yeah, I think that makes sense as well, since the game is about exploration.
I'm
Exploration
planning on
is
finishing my
a type
plate
of
without
surprise
hearing about the
too, so
apiary.
I think that's quite interesting. And actually, that leads me to my next question. It's sort of tied with what we're doing right now, where they're sort of discussing a little bit of a friction point between Yui and and Kai, where they don't really want to talk about something, and that kind of reminds me a lot of my past relationships, where there's a lot of like conflict tension areas, and I want to actually ask you how you really managed to capture the maturity of a relationship so well in a written sense, because that's really quite difficult to do. You have to be very self-aware, I think, to do something like this. So maybe you want to talk a little bit about your journey and what were some of the obstacles with the narration of the game, but also how that ties into the deeper game as well for you, Audrey.
Well, I think it's definitely a question for Pierre, this one.
Yeah, I meant like afterwards, maybe Audrey, you can add in like your little tidbits too of like how you wanted this as an overall picture. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Okay, start then.
And
FYI, for
you
dialogue,
are the one that ruined the mood.
What I used to do when I write dialogues is let the characters write the dialogue. I don't know when I start writing a dialogue, a situation, I don't know where am I going. I don't know how I want the dialogue to finish, and I tend to just ask myself, what would you say in this situation? What would Kay say? And they just reply to each other, and it leads somewhere. And sometimes unexpected, even for me. And I think that's how I managed to have those dialogues that seem real and characters that seem complex and deep. I hope so. Because I put them first every time. I always put the characters first.
Fine.
Okay.
I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, that makes sense, because that is exactly how I think it feels so organic. So I think that makes a lot of sense. And with you, Audrey, what do you think is the core emotion that you want to show with Haven?
Well, you can see it already. Haven is a game that is an invitation to chill out, to relax, to escape a little bit from a busy day or a busy life or a stressful whatever happened to you. So there's definitely a lot of that in the game, and it's actually really hard to make a very accessible and simple game that is fun to play. So there's a lot of challenges in design.
Even if it isn't much.
But you're going to see also the game that all the different aspects have been thought to be not too stressful, not too hard to remember.
Do you really think that they can come get us here?
The example that this is not like a giant to-do list of quests to go through. No, they know what they have to do because they chat about it.
Is there? Cut off the auto nav, the astrolock.
Yeah, that's quite cool. So in a way, like, was that the reason why the game sort of starts the way that it does? Like, why did you choose to sort of, I guess in a way we're seeing the middle of the relationship where they're already quite established and they're already living on this planet. So what was sort of the artistic and narration decision behind that?
I'm just saying, let's prepare for the worst.
Well, that's when I arrived on the project, it was already something that seemed quite decided. But yeah, as I said before,
if that's what it takes not to go back,
it's a way to start the in media res, like in the middle of something, and we start in the middle of this relationship. And
by the time they send more guys,
I'm getting lost a bit.
Away.
But what I need to say as well is, it's a way for the players have something to look for, like
Maybe
trying
I
to
am.
find the little bits of stories,
worst?
of background
Well,
stories
no.
from
You're
you
scaring me.
and Kay is like part of the game, part of the
Oh,
exploration
come
of the
on.
game.
You're my teddy bear.
And yeah,
I'm
presenting this couple
not
already
sure how I
formed
should
was
take this.
a way to create mystery and
Well, take
attachment
me in your arms for a start.
from the mayor.
Yeah, maybe Audrey, did you want to take it like, because Pierre said that he came a little bit already within the project. So for you, Audrey, what was sort of the inspiration to sort of start the game where the relationship was already established?
But that's exactly what we've been discussing. It's really this intention to
You aren't dressed yet?
to talk about something new that is an established relationship in a couple.
I put on my pajamas.
Because it's something that is very
to get
interesting
out.
and has not been done so much.
see,
And
I was just wondering,
that
we
was
have to
the
get
whole
out?
goal of the game, to have the players
Can't we just
get
hang
to
in the
know
nest
those
for
two
once?
people in love and to
Lounge around, read a
spend time
book,
with them
watch a
and to
movie?
understand them. That's the whole purpose of the game.
We don't have
The relationship
movies.
between the character is at the core of the whole
Right,
idea of
sure,
Heaven. And
but
of course, there's also
you know what I mean.
exploration. There's also a real story happening behind there, and lots of things to
Come
discover
on,
and
the
understand.
weather's great.
And also big
But the
themes
weather
behind
is
there too,
always
about
great.
love and freedom and everything. But
For now.
the core of it is just you play those two characters at the same time, which is also very unusual, right? And
Yes.
you play a couple, then
Who knows?
and
Tomorrow
they
could
get on
be the
bed
beginning
together.
of the
Yeah.
long winter months.
So are we going to find out more about the characters' histories as the game progresses? Or
last for
can you tell
years.
us a little bit about that?
One more reason.
Well, if you want to know more about
always
it,
being
you
right
you
is
will
not
be able to.
necessarily a good quality. On the contrary,
There's a lot of
many
dialogues
people
in the
find
game,
it
dialogues
very
you
unappealing.
can totally miss if you want to rush through the ending.
Not sure.
So, but if you're interested in the backstory, you'll get to learn a few things about it. Yes. But I can't tell more of it right now, of course.
Well, I had to try at least a little. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about actually the design of the characters themselves. Like, have they changed a lot throughout development? What was the beginning point to now, and how it continuously changes for you?
Yeah, the characters haven't changed much during the development. Their design was there from the very early times. But what changed is the way
Do you remember where the apple juice were?
they've been portrayed by Pierre.
Can we try and pick
Was
something
brought a
else
lot
for a
to their
change?
personality, and also some little details that you're gonna discover later in the adventure about them that makes them even more real. But when we decided to make this game and not another one, because the beginning of production was pretty difficult for us, we had several ideas and tried several things. They were here from the first moment in that specific style and look and visual, and also with more or less those personalities that Pierre has really managed to make come through the dialogues.
Yeah, I kind of like it. I sense that Yui's a little bit more impatient and maybe a little bit less optimistic, at least. And I'm like, okay, I can see already like some semblance, but I really like how their personalities complement very well together too. So I think that's quite cool. What's happening here? What's going on? Uh-oh.
Is it over?
This is just
Seems
beginning.
Anything broken?
No, I don't think so. Well, except...
Oh no.
Oh,
Sorry.
I think the nest is done.
Oh my gosh, what's happening here?
Yeah, but
This
that's
is too
our home.
emotional. So this is interesting because they actually left, like this is a new home for them. Like, so this is their entire sort of livelihood that just got destroyed here, right? Right at the beginning? So what was the decision behind, like the narrative behind this? Like what?
That's true.
I mean, clearly I'm already feeling
is
quite
our home.
emotional about it, so I can see why you did this, but is this sort of how you want to drive Haven, was have these little moments of emotional pockets and then kind of go back into having like a sort of chill environment again? Kind of like what it's like to be in a relationship.
Yes,
we can always
as you
search the
said,
islet,
and also
try and find a way to
very
get to the other
pragmatically,
side.
and we needed to engage the player to
Such as...
to leave the nest and learn about the
I
world
don't
they
a rope,
crashed.
jetpack,
They crashed, but
spring-loaded
they
shoes, anything.
the world they now live in. and we did it an
And
incentive
if we don't find it?
to help the play to force
If
the
we
player
don't
to
find-
go out and explore, and that was an easy
That
way
was
to
it?
go. Finding
I don't
the
know.
nest.
That's why
That
we'll
makes
have
sense.
to find something.
And what was, I guess you said some of the ideas didn't work previously. Can you talk a little bit about some ideas, not necessarily tied to the characters maybe, but even just, I don't know, story-wise or narration design, or even just the design of the game, some of the things that didn't work for you and how you managed to sort of overcome that?
Okay.
Well, I think we'll write a whole post-mortem about that after the game ships, because we spent a year in conception, early pre-production, trying to find the right recipe for Haven. And at some stage, it became a completely narrative game
looks like
with
a
only characters walking around and
It looks
dialogue.
like a flow break, kind of like the one we took to get here.
But then we had it in the first ideas of having this gliding and having a much more dynamic ways of moving around the world. And then when we brought it back in the game, it
Not that
finally
I know
clicked.
of.
We had this super smooth, fun way of
Interplanetary
exploring the
flow
world
bridges
by
are a
gliding
well-documented subject.
around.
But
And at the
when
same
it comes
time, the
down
narrative
to it,
moments
no
that are
one really
driven
knows how they work.
by what they're doing and also by their everyday life of
I've
going
never
back to
heard
the
of
nest and finding
regardless,
some food.
this one is
and
here.
sticking
Yeah.
together.
Yes.
And it really clicked and it worked, and the formula is working really well. This is why we say sometimes it's
If this really is a flow
this game
bridge,
is a
I'm not sure what
journey
we're waiting
with
for.
persona, right? Because you have the really smooth gliding around
Flow
and
bridges are
just
linking
chilling
one place to another,
slopes
right?
with a friend
So this one
and seeing the
definitely
beautiful
leads
landscape.
someplace.
And then the
you wanna
moments
just
that are
get
more
on
like
there
RPG
without knowing where
and
it
character
goes.
driven
It goes
storytelling.
elsewhere.
You can see right now on the screen with the portrait.
I think that's a good starting in.
Yeah, it's sort of hard to pick like a genre for this game. Like, I don't think I could be like, oh, it's an RPG, or it's a very narrative, but also like relaxing game to play. So was that sort of one of the emotions? Actually, that leads me to my next question, which is like, does that lead the fact that you wanted to make this such a chill and like cool game? Did you want to make it because you want to showcase that not all relationships
Do we
need to
have
be so
everyone?
extravagant? Like, for the most part, healthy relationships are pretty chill and calm and relaxed, and that's it, really. So did you want to sort of normalize healthy relationships, or what was this inspiration behind that?
Okay.
I don't think we're here to tell people what to think or
Yeah.
what to do.
Here.
This is very far removed from our ambition.
Makes sense.
But we
It
wanted
looks like
to tell
we're
a
on
story
another
of
island.
the beauty of being in love after a long time,
The
and
bridge
the
seems to
beauty
share
of
any others
finding
like this.
an
We
everyday
may be able to
life
get back to the
extraordinary
nest.
and keeping our childhood minds and being excited by the slightest things. So that's definitely what we wanted to achieve with this game.
Do you see what I'm seeing?
Ooh.
A big ugly lizard.
No, the mushrooms on its back. Looks like a
I just
type
love
of
how they get
Congress
excited
on
about different
Rubicons.
things. That's very cool. And actually, I really like the UI of the game. Maybe
that
you want to
good
talk a
news?
little bit like about what inspired you to have such, like, there's not a lot of quests or
Like,
UI, as you were
can we
saying.
eat it?
And overall, I think you sort of, it really pushes you, forces you to get out of the nest, to explore. Like, what was that on purpose, or was that a design, or did you play around before you got to that decision? Maybe talk a little bit about the process there.
Oof, not at all.
Okay, do you maybe you know more about
Yeah,
the process?
yeah, well,
Unless you're
it's,
looking
it's,
quickly on
we
what
really
it
are on
is.
the same idea of how we want the experience to be
don't you find
simple
that
and
symbiosis
accessible and
amazing?
chill. We don't want to
The
take away your
movements of
focus
the
from what's
lizard
happening to
spread
those
the
two
spores.
lovers there. Because
As
that's
far as
what
what the lizard
matters.
is gaining,
Yeah.
I'll
So
have to study that
everything
closer.
from the way the UI is designed, from the way we deal with the map,
Maybe
with
it
the
doesn't
quest
even know.
log, with all of that, has been thought to be as simple as possible.
Maybe we should
So
tell it.
unlike some of the games that you have played, like maybe some of
No
the
way.
big AAA games that people have just been playing, where they have so many
don't get in the
systems and
way
so
of
much
Mother
complexity,
Nature's
and
plans.
some of it is really great,
I'll
but
make
after
sure I
a while
remember
it's
that next time
tiring,
you have
right?
salad stuck
So
in
we went completely the other way, and we tried to design a game that is simple, easy to understand. You know what you have to do. There is no complexity per se, and I think the UI is a reflect of that.
It's true. Oh, so confirmed you can pet the lizard for sure. That's great. I'm happy to hear that. Can I pick these mushrooms off? No, right?
No.
Well, so no eating the mushrooms, I guess. So with the game, yeah, exactly. Actually, Pierre, do you find that because the game is
such a thing?
There's such a focus on just like relaxing and enjoying? Do you feel a certain pressure because the game is so much around the characters and the importance of the narration? Maybe you want to talk a little bit about what you've experienced as you were writing more for these characters and how you felt and what emotions you felt, and did that have a sort of knock-on effect into the game as well?
Species.
Sorry, what was the last thing you said?
Yeah, like whether or not the things that you have experienced throughout the game or even writing the game, has that had a knock-on effect to the development of the characters as well? Because there's quite a lot of pressure on the narration of this game.
Yeah, well,
I wonder if it's edible.
I think I connected pretty quick with the two characters of the game, and since they were already in the center of the game,
yes, you're right.
I'll
pick up some berries and run some tests.
Even shaped a bit the world around them.
We'll need to observe
a lot of stuff in the world they explore were only added because it would make a good scene between you and Kay. You have some items they can find were just added for that reason. Because that could be a great exchange, a great dialogue between you and Kay. So
like this one, for example.
Conflict between the world and the characters, since they also contributed to shape the world.
That is peppery.
As for anecdotes and stuff, well, I have a lot of writing anecdotes about the characters, but it's difficult to share them with people who haven't played the game already, because they are focused on certain part of the game or certain dialogue.
You know what doesn't go great with apple juice?
For myself for now. And I will be happy to tell them later when the game is released.
Perfect. Yeah, because even doing this like pepper scene, I just like how they were like, oh, we just found this, what should we do? And then Yui was like, I'm just gonna eat it. And Kay was like, oh my gosh, did you really just do that? So you already see like how different they are. Like Yui is a bit more brave maybe, and Kai is a bit more reserved, but they really complement each other to like you said, get out there and explore. So if you had to pick the character that you're most like, which character would you be more like and why?
I think I'm really both, actually, since I wrote them and I put...
That's such a cop-out answer.
of myself in both. I think I'm still more close to Kay in terms of personality, but when I play the game, I will always choose to play you. So, yeah, really both.
Okay, makes sense.
And you, Audrey?
And then I just wanted to tell Trish, if you want to see the rest of the game, you gotta go up on that hill over there, so we can maybe show a bit of action.
Yeah, let's do it. It's up here?
Yeah, it's up here, right here. There's gonna be something there that's
Seems
gonna
like
open up.
our mini flow bridge.
Wait. Good, because those things are really useful.
Maybe I have to go over here through this flow, or is it on the hill? I can't find the...
Where you came from?
I'm so sorry.
Where you come from, yeah. You up
I got distracted picking apple dew, so I was like, I need to get apple dew, so I was like, oh no, okay, now let's do... Yeah.
Follow the blue light.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're not having apple dews for dinner tonight.
I'm not so sure about that.
Actually, what is that?
We should take a closer look.
Ooh. This is the bad elements coming in now. Oh my god, they're actually really cute.
Any idea what's underneath our feet, Mr. Geologist?
I'm a biologist.
Isn't that the same thing?
Biology, the living, geology, the rocks.
And what makes you think this is not living, pray tell?
I like her attitude.
It looks like a dust deposition. Some kind of rust. And it looks like this kind of rust is particularly sensitive to flow.
What?
Look beneath your feet.
Oh, there's vegetation underneath. It was probably smothered.
Good thing we came this way. Great. We can...
That way. Look.
Oh, okay, so we just...
Apple shrubs are completely
Where you want to go on your right?
I thought this planet was
deserted, not a desert. According to the archives, a colonization plan had been considered by the apiary, with Exonova as the main provider. But the planet was eventually classified as inhospitable.
Let me guess.
The rusty stuff, I'm just gonna say.
Is it because of that rusty stuff?
I don't know. The file doesn't say anything about that.
I hope we don't have any more unpleasant surprises.
I have a feeling there'll be a few now.
So if you go over there on the right, yeah?
Yeah,
No,
right here?
No, the other way. Yeah. So I don't
The
want
other
to
right?
go into the boss fight.
Oh, no, please.
Because, yeah. You can, over there in the background, you see some of the creatures are here, and you can maybe trigger, if you get close to them, those ones are infected, so they will be more aggressive.
I did notice that.
Eat that!
Alright, that's it!
Kind of cute that they work together.
Yes? You at the 10 times, and then you load the actions. So they don't have the actions, they have two
Are we gonna
attacks.
stay here doing nothing? Alright, that's
Yeah, so I guess when they work together, do they do more damage?
Right, you can be more or less efficient.
Yeah, okay, so when they work together, then you do more damage kind of thing.
Yeah,
So
and
what
you
was
can, for instance, you can have a shield up with K, and then have you do an attack, and then she's done the attack, you're charging the
stay here doing nothing?
Put the
I'm
creature
thinking.
down, so you just have to find the tool and the
First
right
we weaken
reason
it,
to
then we pacify it.
Okay.
So
So
we're
can you talk a
striking
little
now.
bit about like the concept behind the combat and how you sort of wanted to make this work? Am I doing this right? I feel like
One of them is weakened.
These guys are difficult. I'm happy that I didn't go. Thank you for not taking me to the boss.
Take that!
So you see one of them is down, and for them
You can
not to come back in the combat, you have to pacify them.
pacify it.
Settle
One
down!
of the two
Now's the time!
heroes could do a pacify, just one could do it. And the other one could
See you
still be
around.
attacking or
Wow.
shield. So you can really have kind of two actors almost at the same time, preparing and releasing
Eat
actions.
that!
Yeah, that's quite clever actually, because most games don't really let you do that, like where you can sort of control the characters at the same time in different ways, which I think is quite unique as well. So this game,
So this was like the basic combat, but then we have added this creatures that are a little bit bigger and a little bit tougher that you saw over there that you can
yeah,
try.
it looks. I mean, I think we're almost near the end, so maybe we should just try it. Why not, right?
Yeah, let's try it. And
Let's
then
see me fail.
You will see what you have to do there. Is you do actually have to coordinate some actions. This was to show a little bit how the combat is going to evolve and how you're going to need to actually time your actions together. And imagine that now you're playing solo, but imagine if you were playing with someone, both of you would be controlling a character, and then you would have to time your actions and go like, hey, let's freeze, 1, 2, 3. So you're going to see when closer to Serena.
I love it. Uh-oh, this is gonna be all right. We could do this. So, or maybe I should.
He's too impervious.
That's good.
We should
It's gonna
coordinate
tell
our
you to do
attacks.
it in a second.
Maybe we should do a blast
You
together.
have to play the first time in order to learn.
Yeah, true.
I think we found the right technique.
Well, I don't think we did any damage there, did we?
Missed!
Oh no, I missed it. Yeah.
Alright, same attack on 3. 3!
Oh, I'm sorry, girl. I just did it.
Ha! I'm sure he felt that.
That was good. Okay, okay. Let's go with the blast again.
Yeah, so of course the more you
want
wet,
some more?
the more damage you will do, but it's more dangerous too.
Yeah.
Don't forget you can also use a
God,
shield
this one,
because this
he's
guy
too
is
impervious.
the baddie.
We should
You
coordinate
could
our
also
attacks.
use a shield when you know he's gonna attack.
Hmm. Oh, okay, so as the rings get... Yeah, okay, got it. So when the rings
Yeah, it
get
gets
smaller in the
harder.
middle. Ooh, I love that. Uh-oh. Okay, I
See,
think...
he's almost done, so now you
Yeah, I
need
think-
to hurry.
I think Kay is not having a good time here.
Now you have,
Bam!
you have to do
Alright,
some dual
same attack
attacks.
on 3.
Yeah, maybe let's try... Oh, oops. Oh my gosh, sorry, I got really nervous. I was like, please don't die.
I understand.
Wait, hold to help. There you go.
On your feet.
Come on, you can do this.
What happened?
Yes,
So this
you're
game-
almost there.
Almost there.
You're almost there. We got this. Okay, I think this. That was
Yes.
easy. I wasn't even worried. Like not even a little.
Pacify, quick.
Pacify him before he
Oh yeah!
goes
Oh yeah! I forgot.
No!
Oh no! I shouldn't have been talking smack. Oh my goodness. This is the price I pay, but I think this will be okay again. Yeah. Okay. Oh no! Come on.
Bad.
Come on. Come on, Kai. Don't worry. We got this. Okay, pacify. Let's not make the same mistake.
Yep. Saw that.
Easy.
Who's next?
Here you go.
We're that good.
So this here on the bottom is actually their experience points? Or is that sort of like the
yeah.
relationship bonding?
Exactly. That's every time they do something together, their relationship meter increases. And this is actually how the characters are gonna level up and improve their skills in the game by doing those things together. Yeah.
That's cute. And so, how can you explain to me a little bit about the concept in terms of like how you wanted to work with the multiplayer? Because you have like online and remote multiplayer as well, right?
We only have co-op, local co-op.
Okay.
Only on the same couch, unless some of you are very lucky to have a good connection and can use remote play on Steam. But no, the game is only in local co-op. So anyone can join at any time, and also can drop at any time. And then when they join, it's the whole game that's designed to make them do interesting choices. Like for instance, both players have to agree on a dialogue choice or they won't be able to continue. So we think this is going to lead to some heated conversation on the couch on what to decide. In combat, imagine you're playing one of the character each, so you also have to coordinate. And then in the exploration, one of you takes the lead. So basically, one of you is in front, the other one is following, but they still have some interesting stuff
If we're lucky,
to do.
they'll bring us back to the nest.
I like that. I think that's cool because I don't remember the last game that was just purely couch co-op. Actually, so it's been a long time. So here we are at the end. I did not die, and that was very close. And actually, I just wanted to talk a little bit now that we're here at the end. Maybe you wanted a little talk about sort of like summarize in your own words what Haven means to you and what you want the players to experience through this game.
Well, Haven is really the story of two lovers who have escaped to this lost planet. So you're gonna play the two characters at the same time and discover what's happening on the planet. You're gonna glide, you're gonna fight if you have to. And all you're gonna do is really to try to stay together. And the thing is, that's what it is. That's what the game is about. You have seen the mechanics there. We want the experience to be accessible and chill, but still there's like the RPG aspects of it, the combat, and the mechanic of the exploration that is gliding through this beautiful landscape. That makes a pretty unique mix, I think, in terms of the experience. Playable solo, but you can also play co-op. And the last thing is it's coming out this year on about every system, every console, and several PC stores. And we'll announce soon more about the launch date.
Ooh, okay. Dropping a little bomb there. Okay, I like it. Yeah, Pierre, maybe you want to talk about a little bit, like, what do you want players to feel when they read this game or read whatever happens to these characters?
I hope the players will fall in love with the characters, and I really hope that these characters will stay with them even after the game. It's something in the back of their mind. I like that.
I think that's very well accomplished already in the demo. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for taking me and being patient with me through the demo. And well, we're going to show off some Haven more in the next couple of months. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Trish.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.